Do we have everyone here just before we start? Yeah. Yeah. Graham, are you ready to start?
Yeah, and you go.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's just after 10 AM on Tuesday the 15th of June and time to open this public inquiry. Could I check that everyone can actually hear me? Thumbs up if yes. Yep, everyone hear me? Okay. This inquiry relates to the application by Limekiln Wind for consent under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 and for doing planning permission under Section 57 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997 for the construction of 5 turbines and associated infrastructure as an extension to the consented Limekiln wind farm on land south of Ray, Caithness. We will refer to the consented wind farm as Limekiln 2 during the proceedings. My name is Lorna McCallum. I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, and I'm joined today by my colleague Dan Jackman. We've been jointly appointed by the Scottish Ministers to consider this application and report our findings and recommendations to the Minister. As a result of objections to the application from Highland Council and also from individual members of the public, Scottish Ministers have decided that an inquiry should be held into the proposal. The inquiry will take the form of a formal hearing and a number of oral sessions using less formal and hearing procedures. And the main purpose of the inquiry is to make sure that we understand the position of parties on each of the specific topics where further evidence was considered necessary. Where there is a dispute, we need to be clear on the reasons for that dispute. This is so that the matters can be clearly set out in a report to the Ministers. Before we commence, could I ask the parties to introduce themselves, starting with the applicant, please?
Thank you, ma'am. So, good morning. My name is Marcus Trinick. I'm a solicitor and of Queen's Counsel. I represent the applicant. I'm instructed by Kirsty Smith of Eversheds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trinick. And the Council?
Good morning, ma'am. My name's James Finley, Queen's Counsel. I'm appearing on behalf of Highland Council, instructed by Karen Lyons.
Thank you. And for Caithness West Community Council?
Ma'am, good morning. My name is John Campbell. I'm Queen's Counsel at the Scottish Bar. I'm appearing for Caithness West Community Council, instructed by Mr. David Craig, Chartered Engineer.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we held pre-inquiry meetings on the 18th of February and the 23rd of April as a guide and to guarantee to agree the procedures for this case, both of which were live streamed and can be viewed on the DPA Public ITV webcast library. This inquiry itself will be live streamed and is available for members of the public to view. The video recording of the inquiry will be retained on the website after the application is determined, and by taking part today, you are consenting to being filmed and for the use and storage of those images and sound recordings. Any information contained within them may be used for webcasting and training purposes, and also for the purposes of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Could I just remind parties that electronic devices should not be audible during the inquiry and hearing sessions? And we have a member of the DPA IT staff present during the virtual process to address any technical issues should they arise. Today we're joined by Graham Mason. For the benefit of those watching, I'll now briefly explain the process that will be followed for this virtual inquiry. It's anticipated that the inquiry will be conducted over 2 to 3 days. An indicative inquiry programme was issued to the participants and is available to view on the website. We'll go on to discuss the inquiry timetable in more detail shortly. Firstly, if I could just explain that only the topic of landscape and visual impacts will be dealt with using the formal inquiry sessions. And for those listening who are not familiar with the process, the normal sequence of events is that initially the advocate introduces their witness who gives their evidence in chief. The witnesses have prepared written precognitions in advance, and in the interest of the efficient use of our allotted inquiry time, we propose that these be taken as read since the precognitions are available to view on our website. And they can also be accessed along with other case documents under the case reference WIN-270-13. Advocates will be aware, but for the benefit of others watching, evidence in chief should be confined to responding to matters raised within precognitions or that have arisen since the precognitions were submitted. Cross-examination of witnesses should focus on matters that are in dispute, and we may intervene if we consider that we're straying into matters beyond the scope of the inquiry or that do not need to be included within our report. Following evidence in chief, the witness is cross-examined by opposing parties. The reporters may then ask any questions of the witnesses. The witness can be asked further questions by their own advocate as re-examination. Once evidence on all topics is concluded, parties will have the opportunity to make closing submissions in writing, and we can discuss the timescales for those at the end of the inquiry. The hearings are less formal, also by virtual means and webcast. These involve discussions including relevant participants chaired by the reporters and based around an agenda which we have prepared and issued to the parties in advance. The agendas are also available on the website. In addition to the evidence considered through the inquiry and hearing sessions, our report and recommendations to the ministers will also consider a range of other matters raised within the consultation responses and written representations submitted to the Energy Consents Unit and to the Council. Details of all of these can also be viewed on the case file on the DPA website. It looks like most people are on their own, but if I could just remind parties that we have to adhere to any appropriate COVID guidance during the inquiry and hearing sessions. If we're in any doubt that proceedings are sticking to the guidelines, then we may have to adjourn. If any participant is taken ill during the inquiry hearing sessions or shows symptoms of COVID-19, we will adjourn the proceedings and will consult parties on the best means of proceeding. Participating parties were issued with memory sticks, which were up to date until the 7th of May. They will be aware that additional documents were uploaded yesterday to our website. All the documents that we are referring to are listed on the updated core documents list prepared yesterday. Again, this should be available on the website, and while the members of the public won't have the CD reference number for each of the documents, the document list, core document list, does give the titles of the documents that we will be referring to. During the current period of restrictions, the Council is not required to place paper copies of the documents on deposit, but for anyone wishing to view the documents, they will be retained on our website until the application is determined. We will include a short pause before each witness to allow the relevant documents to be accessed. Okay, before I seek parties' views, if I could run through some housekeeping. Parties should remember to turn their mics off every time you conclude speaking, just for the quality of the production. It's also important for all those participating, including the reporters, to have time to follow the evidence, to access any required documents, and to make any notes that may be required. So, as with an in-person inquiry, we will pause from time to time to enable this. We will agree appropriate points for a break in proceedings as may be required, and this will include mid-morning and mid-afternoon breaks and a break for lunch sometime between 12 and 1ish. During the proceedings, parties or the reporters can intervene by turning on their mics. However, I'd ask that any points raised should be addressed to me in the first instance. If you could raise your hand if you wish to interject at any point in the proceedings. If I don't immediately see you because you are on a very small screen, if you could forgive me, please keep your hand raised or intervene by turning your microphone on. Okay. There are no fire alarms planned today. That's tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Before we turn to the details and timetable of the inquiry and hearing sessions, does anyone have any questions on any of the procedural matters that I've raised so far? Mr. Trinick.
Thank you, ma'am. Firstly, you may not have a fire test. I regret we do, and there's nothing we can do about it, for 10 seconds at 10:45. So I'll just mute at that point, whatever I'm doing.
Thank you very much.
There are, secondly, the core documents list is now dated 11 June. That's the latest list and people should have it. The extranet site called Collaborate has been updated, but of course the USB sticks cannot be updated. So for access electronically to the additional documents, people will need to go to the extranet site. And just to record what those additional documents, and thank you for accepting them, are, it's a new CD 633 and 634, which are respectively the Bailey Inquiry Report and Decision Letter, 10.6, which is something about Caremore Hill from a RES website page. Mr. Denny will speak to that. CD 10.7, the additional residential wire lines, Mr. Denny will speak to those. 10.8, an inquiry plan, just and intended to be helpful and nothing new on it plan. And 10.9, a comparison table of significance findings as between Mr. Wimble and Mr. Denny. We have paginated PDF documents on the extranet site and USB site stick rather, only where there's no existing internal numbering. So we will certainly be relying on internal numbering unless there is none, in which case it is paginated as a PDF.
Okay.
I hope that helps on that. Second but last, you would have received the amendment to additional information table 1. There's a correction there made. I think all parties have received that. My final point, actually comes on to timing, and I'm sure you'll deal with that in a moment, so I'll leave it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trinick. Does anyone else have any points to raise in the procedural matters? No? Okay. I'll just run through now what we think our indicative timetable may be, and we'll come to seek parties' views on that. So initially we had received a request for Miss Bundy to give evidence on behalf of the Community Council at noon tomorrow. We have agreed that we will accommodate that, but with a degree of flexibility so that there is no interruption to another party's evidence or to one of the hearing sessions. So we will come back to that point. But before we discuss timing, could I perhaps ask Mr. Campbell to clarify what Miss Bundy's limited availability might mean for the Community Council's participation both in the formal inquiry and also the policy hearing?
She's told me that she's available whenever you wish to hear her, and it fits in with the other evidence. As I've explained to you, she's abroad, but she's prepared to, well, on advice, she will be available whenever we need her.
Okay, but she's not listening in to the evidence of other parties from the location she's at just now.
I don't see her name on the list, although she did tell me that she would be listening in from the beginning. So since it's
Okay.
5 that she is, I expect we'll see her name on that list quite soon.
Okay. The indication had been that the Community Council would participate in the policy hearing session and that one witness or one participant would take place. Will that be Miss Bundy?
Yes, it will, assisted by myself.
Okay, so that will be an additional time slot to be agreed, yes?
No, ma'am, she'll be available when the hearing starts. I anticipate might be tomorrow.
Okay, so she will make herself available for
That's-
whatever time. Okay, thank you, thank you.
It's obviously too difficult to schedule a witness in the current circumstances, so I've just told her that she needs to be available when
Okay,
it's her presence, and she's quite happy with that.
thank you very much. Okay, so day one of the inquiry sessions commences today, and it's anticipated that the evidence will be the following order: the applicants, followed by Highland Council and the Community Council. I'll seek party views on whether or not we think we can conclude evidence from all three today, or whether that will have to continue into tomorrow. The intention would be that commencing day 2 tomorrow, Wednesday 16th of June, the inquiry would commence at 9:30 AM. We would proceed to give to hear any evidence from parties who've not concluded the day before, then slotting in Miss Bundy either prior to or after the hearing session on policy. In the afternoon, our best endeavours are that the policy hearing would take place after lunch, and Mrs. Bundy would either be immediately prior to that or immediately following that, with day 3 required if we need to go into an additional day for the conditions hearing? If so, we would hope to commence at 10:30 on Thursday. Could I have parties' views on those timeframes, taking account of the time that you think you may need for both evidence in chief and cross-examination? Could I start perhaps with Mr. Campbell initially? Sorry,
I
Mr.
think pessimistic. Of course, I can't speak for my learned friends, but as far as I'm concerned, I certainly don't have more than an hour's cross-examination for Mr. Denny. I don't, of course, have any for Dr. Wimble. So that leaves my learned friends, Mr. Trinick and Mr. Finlay, to tell you how long they think they will be.
Okay, and you think an hour for your evidence in chief for Miss Bundy?
No, she simply has to read her recognition. I don't have any supplementaries at the moment for her.
Okay, I'll seek parties' views on that. Normally, for best use of inquiry time where the recognitions have been made available in advance on the website, we wouldn't normally expect all parties to read the recognitions. They would just be taken as read. If you don't have any supplementary questions for her, an hour seems a bit optimistic for just reading a recognition.
Perhaps a little pessimistic. It's too much time for reading a recognition. I just take the view personally that this is a public inquiry and there is an interested public who wishes to know what their community council are going to say to this inquiry. That's why I would like the recognition to be read. I don't think that'll take longer than 10 minutes. There may be supplementary questions arising from the evidence of Mr. Denny and Dr. Wimble, but at the present time there aren't.
But you have no questions, so really your evidence in chief for Miss Bundy would just be her 10 minutes reading out her recognition.
Any supplementaries. When I said an hour, I was talking about the cross-examination of Mr. Denny. I hope not to be longer than an hour with Mr. Denny. In fact, I'm sure I won't be longer than an hour with Mr. Denny. And I do not have any questions for Dr. Wimble because we are ostensibly on the same side.
Okay, thank you. Before I seek timeframes from the other parties, could I perhaps ask for the views of others on the reading out of the recognitions? Mr. Trinick, do you have any views on that?
I will speed Mr. Denny through his recognition, but there are parts I think need to be read out, actually for the same reasons that Mr. Campbell gives, that there may be people listening in or following the stream who are taking an interest in proceedings, members of the public, and they need to hear the evidence. They won't necessarily have access to the recognitions.
Okay, I mean, our initial thoughts had been that because this is a virtual event, that parties do have access to the internet and do have access to the documents. The recognitions were published you know, in advance, and that we would have expected that parties participating would have read them in advance, so they were aware what the proceedings related to today. But I'll hear what Mr. Finlay has to say on the matter.
I'm broadly neutral on that matter. Highland Council have attended a number of inquiries where most of them recognitions have not been read out, virtual inquiries. Can I just say that I don't know whether others are, but I'm finding Mr. Campbell a little bit faint, and it's always a delight to hear his tones, but it would be better if they were louder as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, perhaps Mr. Campbell, could you maybe sit a little bit closer to your laptop? Would that help? Sorry, you're on mute.
Not working with the laptop, but I'll find a pair of earphones and put them in when there's a pause.
Okay. Okay. Okay, well, can I just have a thought about timeframes then before we make any decision on the recognitions? Mr. Trinick, what do you expect your timeframes to be for evidence in chief and cross-examination?
Thank you, ma'am. I think evidence in chief, roughly 40 minutes. If I speed through and deal only with the parts of the recognition I think really do need to be read, and for cross-examination of Mr. Wimble, roughly 2 hours.
Sorry?
2 hours.
2 hours.
And
Sorry,
sorry?
we're getting a bit of feedback here. Sorry. Sorry, could you say that again?
Yes, of
2 hours
course.
for Dr.
Can I just check, are people still getting feedback now? Anyone else? No. Cross-examination of Mr. Wimble, about 2 hours. Cross-examination of Gillian Bundy, 15 minutes maximum. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Finlay?
Well, cross-examination of Mr. Denny, about 2 hours, maybe less, maybe more. And Dr. Wimble in chief, no more than half an hour, may well be less.
Yeah. And nothing from Miss Bundy?
And nothing from this one.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, given that the precognitions are relatively short, given that they have word limits on them, I won't oppose parties reading them out, but I would appreciate that if it is possible for any parts that are not necessary, I'm quite happy for those to be skipped through with the advocate leading to the points that are important. Okay. So looking at those timeframes, there's a reasonable prospect that we may get through the landscape and visual session today. If that's the case, are parties content that we have both hearings tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I think with the best will, we'll aim to hear Miss Bundy around the lunchtime mark tomorrow, but I think we have to review the position at the end of today. Parties agree?
Very well, ma'am. Thank you. That's very acceptable.
Okay. And does anyone have any other procedural questions in relation to the timing of the inquiry or the hearings?
Just one for me, ma'am. In terms of the hearing sessions, I don't know what your anticipation is for the length of the policy hearing session, but I believe this is one that may take 3 hours, 4 hours, and I want to make sure we have allowed for that. There's quite a bit to discuss.
Okay. Our initial intentions had been that it would probably take no more than about an hour and a half to 2 hours for the policy session, but maybe I'm being optimistic. Mr. Finlay, do you have any thoughts?
Well, I think
Well,
if I may, I think there's quite a focus on getting through things quickly here. It's equally important that we hear things thoroughly.
Certainly.
I agree.
But, certainly the ground primarily between Mr. Heinsohn and Mr. Bell on policy session is well worn at a number of recent inquiries, and I would hope that somewhere between an hour and a half to 2 would be, given the pre-reading that will undoubtedly have occurred, and the focus of your questions should be adequate. But if needs be, obviously we can take longer.
Okay. Okay. And Mr. Campbell, do you have any comments on the timing of the hearings?
No, ma'am, I don't have any comments.
Okay. And the Community Council won't be participating in the conditions hearing, that's correct?
That's correct, yes. Just keeping an eye on it.
Okay. We will review timings as we go along. We'll have a think about things again after lunch, and then again towards the end of the day today. If we think that we need to go into Thursday, I think we'll have a fair idea by tomorrow midday. Myself and Mr. Jackman will undertake our site inspections on an unaccompanied basis, as had been agreed, once the formal inquiry proceedings have been concluded. Okay, and before I move on to the first session of the inquiry, are there any other preliminary matters that anyone wishes to raise? Okay. I think perhaps we should have a quick 5-minute break, if that's okay. Just want to test some of the settings in my headphones, because I was getting a little bit of feedback there. So if you can just bear with me for a couple of minutes, and we'll reconvene at past. Okay, thank you. Graham, can you hear me? You can hear me, yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear me. I just wasn't very sure about my sound. The feedback I think I must have been getting was from, I think it's maybe been John Campbell's microphone interfering with mine, not sure.
I think it was okay. It was only one point. There was a sort of interference bit, but apart from that, for myself, listening to it, it was fine.
It's fine. It didn't sound like my microphone was working, I have to say. That's why I've been fiddling with my
Oh,
headset.
you're coming through loud and clear.
Okay, okay.
There's nothing wrong with my microphone at all. It's brand new and hasn't caused me any trouble so far. So.
Okay, so sorry, Mr. Campbell. I don't know whether it's just sometimes when the we aren't, one of us isn't on mute. Perhaps I need to mute my microphone when you're speaking.
I think it's about the variability of the broadband signal.
Yeah, possible.
Particularly in bits of rural Scotland, it's not consistently perfect, despite the political messages that we get about broadband everywhere.
Yeah, you're just ever so slightly quieter than other parties. So I just wanted to check that it wasn't just myself. Mr. Jackman has said the same. You're just slightly quieter.
Also, for me, you are quite quiet, John.
Okay, well, I'll turn up the microphone output so that.
Okay, and then what I'll do is I'll try and remember to mute when I've asked a question so that we don't get any interference. Graham, do you want to, sorry?
Is that better now at all?
That is better, yes. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
That's okay, thank you. Graham, are we ready to recommence?
Yeah, on you go.
Okay. Okay, if we could move on to our first inquiry session, which is landscape and visual impacts, with the first witness being from the council, sorry, from the applicant, and it's Mr. Brian Denny. I could ask Mr. Trinick to introduce your witness, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Mr. Denny. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Can people hear Mr. Denny? Is that clear? Good, that's excellent. Mr. Denny, I'm going to ask you to read parts of your precognition, and then there'll be some supplementary questions. Ma'am, we've notified people the documents that will be required for the supplementary questions. So I hope you have that information.
Yeah, thank you everyone for that in advance.
Mr. Denny, would you please read your precognition from paragraph 4?
Yes, certainly. With regard to the matter of location, siting and design of the wind farm, it should be reiterated that landscape and visual matters were integral to the design process, where an appropriate balance was sought between any new effects and the potential benefits that could be secured. With regard to the matter of the effect on viewpoint 4, Shebster, this viewpoint is located just over 3 kilometres from the nearest turbine in the Limekiln extension, turbine 5. From this viewpoint, it was identified in the LVIA that Limekiln extension would of itself result in a low-medium magnitude of change to the view. This would result in a moderate level of effect on the views experienced by residential receptors in this location from Limekiln extension of itself, which it was acknowledged would be significant. For the LVIA for Limekiln 2 had previously reported a medium-high magnitude of change for the view that would be significant. The combined magnitude of change of both Limekiln 2 and Limekiln extension would increase to high. This would nonetheless, however, only result in a continuation of the significant effect which has already been previously identified to occur at this location in the LVIA for Limekiln 2. It is not agreed that the increased height of the turbines in Limekiln extension compared to those of Limekiln 2 would be perceptible in the view from viewpoint 4 to such a degree as could be considered inappropriate in the manner suggested by the Highland Council. The Limekiln 2 turbines are either 126 metres or 139 metres to blade tip, but for the most part, the Limekiln extension turbines would be seen nearest to the turbines, which would be 139 metres high. That's turbines 23, 30, 36, and 57 of Limekiln 2. This is only a difference of 10.9 metres, which, once variations in the topography of the turbine bases and the distances from the viewer is considered, would be barely distinguishable. Nonetheless, in the scenario where Limekiln 2A formed part of the baseline landscape, there would no longer be a significant effect on viewpoint 4, Shebster, when considered in its own right. This is because the effect which would already arise on this location from Limekiln 2A would be greater than that which had been brought about by Limekiln 2. As such, the introduction of Limekiln extension with turbines of the same scale as those of Limekiln 2A would no longer of itself be significant in this context, where Limekiln 2A was more apparent than Limekiln 2. However, irrespective of whether the baseline was to include Limekiln 2 or Limekiln 2A, it is not agreed that Limekiln extension has been sited or designed in such a way that Limekiln extension will be significantly detrimental in the view from viewpoint 4 at Shebster. Rather, the scheme would appear clearly to be located in the same upland landscape as Limekiln 2, as a logical extension to Limekiln 2. A significant visual effect would occur, but this viewpoint location would be part of only a very localized area in close proximity to the site, where any significant effects would arise. Such localized significant effects would be expected from any commercial wind energy development, albeit in this case such effects are particularly limited, a result of the siting of the turbines adjacent to Limekiln 2. With regard to the matter of the impact on the surrounding area, and regard to the level of effects identified in the LVA and the AI, it is understood that there would be only a limited degree of additional significant landscape and visual effect that would arise from Limekiln extension, beyond that which would already occur from Limekiln 2. Overall, it is not considered that Limekiln extension would give rise to effects of the nature that would warrant an objection set out in the reason for objection. Limekiln extension is a well-designed, well-sited extension scheme, and the additional significant effects that would arise beyond those which already occur from Limekiln 2 will be limited and localized in their extent and nature. This allows for a planning balance exercise to take place where these limited additional effects can be weighed against the benefits of the 5 further turbines, noting in particular the increased benefit and efficiency that comes with the deployment of larger topography turbines.
Stop there, please. I'm going to take the rest of your recognition as read, noting paragraph 19. I don't want the Community Council to feel that we're simply ignoring the evidence. You have dealt with it, but with that, I'm going to turn to my supplementary questions. And first of all, I'd like you to get out inquiry document 11.2, which is Mr. Wimble's inquiry report. And when you get to it, everybody, it's internal page 6 or indeed electronic page 10 at paragraph 372.
Yes, I have that.
Ma'am, can we have a sort of code that when people have got what I referred to, just put your hands up and I'll carry on. That's excellent. Would people please read 372 rather than me read it aloud? Thumbs up when you've done it.
Sorry, was that 372?
337 in brackets 2 on internal page 6. Headed sensitivity of visual receptors. Okay. What do you say to that, Mr. Denny?
Well, despite this criticism, I'd say it does not invalidate the assessments made in the LVIA, the majority of which Mr. Wimble agrees with. The LVIA methodology at Appendix 9A of the ES states, and I'll quote, "The nature or sensitivity of a visual receptor group reflects their susceptibility to change and any values associated with the specific view in question. The descriptive criteria are in line with those set out in GVLA 3, and for the note, that's page 114, paragraph 634, and specifically between 635 to 638.
And adding there CD51 for reference. I don't think we need to go there, but that's the CD reference. Carry on, please.
This aspect of the methodology did inform the sensitivity judgments, which in any event are for guidance and are not prescriptively used."
I think you wanted to add some points to what you just said in terms of sensitivity.
Yes, it should be noted that in the assessment process, there's a clear distinction between residential receptors and those receptors at publicly accessible locations. Again, turning to GVLA3, page 107, it's for the note paragraph 617. It states that in some instances, it may be appropriate to consider private viewpoints and that the scope of such assessment should be agreed with the competent authority, and that these are frequently dealt with through the residential amenity assessments. It states that these are separate from LVIA residential receptors, and private views are dealt with separately from public viewpoints, although some publicly accessible viewpoints may help to inform the assessment for residential amenity. And the viewpoints in the LVIA were chosen and agreed with the Highland Council to be representative of public viewpoints.
If you stop there just a moment, can I check, ma'am, are we going at a reasonable pace for you?
Yeah.
Carry on, Mr. Denny.
The GVLA3 makes a clear distinction between residents at home and residents and visitors are generally, more generally, at its paragraph 6.33, and that's page 113 of GVLA3. So that distinction is made between residents at home and then residents and visitors as a separate item. The viewpoints, which are other than viewpoint 18, were agreed to be used for Limekiln 2, were sent to the Highland Council for their agreement. And through this process, they asked for one additional viewpoint, that was viewpoint 18, and that viewpoint was included.
And I think the reference there is CD 12, page 926. That's the scoping stage information, isn't it? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And the Highland Council were content with the other viewpoints that were suggested.
Thank you. Would you move on now, please, to same page of Mr. Wimble's inquiry report in page 6, electronic page 10, to 37 in bracket 5, to the bottom of internal page 6, headed cumulative assessment. If people could just read that paragraph, I'll put the question. Very well. I think you want to respond to that.
Yes. First to note that Mr. Wimble states that the conclusions appear reasonable. He largely agrees with the cumulative assessment, barring a few specific routes or locations as set out in his detailed assessments. It is not a prescriptive requirement to have cumulative panoramas as he would like to see, and the assessment has not been said to be deficient. The applicant was not asked to provide these by the council.
Yes.
Additionally, I agree that the LVA could have set out its reasoning more fully with regard to the cumulative scenarios 1 and scenario 2. And indeed, this is something I'll take into consideration in future LVIAs. However, the additional effects of the proposed development are very small in relation to these two cumulative scenarios. And the LVIA considered, as I do, that this did not... Sorry, I'm getting some feedback, I apologise. The LVIA considered, as I do, that this did not need much reasoning to conclude that these scenarios, there would be little change to the effects of Limekiln 2 on landscape character, and on the basis of this small change. In comparison, when we look at the totality of the effect, and that's paragraphs 911.23 to 911.27 on pages 9107 and 9108 of the LVIA, there is much more reasoning set out, as the focus is not on the incremental but the totality of the Limekiln extension with Limekiln 2. This is because Limekiln 2 is consented and under construction, and the proposed development is an extension to this.
When you said just now the totality of Limekiln extension, do you mean the totality of the impacts in combination with Limekiln 2?
Yes, it's the in combination effects.
That's fine. Carry on, please.
The AI, which was undertaken close to the date of the public inquiry, is briefer and focused on whether there were any differences with the previous assessments. And this didn't require too many words to describe that they were not great.
Very well. Third point, go on to Mr. Wimble's inquiry report at internal page 425. Sorry, internal page 18, paragraph 425. Probably electronic page 22. Now, what Mr. Wimble is doing here is to record. These are not necessarily his views. He's recording what the report of handling had to say about certain criteria, and in the OWESG, in other words, the document we know as CD34, which is the Highland Wind Energy Supplementary Guidance. I think the report of handling only found adverse effects in relation to Limekiln extension for 4 of the 10 criteria. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Excuse me. Yes, that's correct.
So what do you want to say in response to what Mr. Wimble says at 425?
Well, with regard to the onshore wind energy supplementary guidance, I addressed the 4 landscape and visual criteria within the precognition, commencing at page 3. These are addressed by Mr. Wimble from the report of handling, where he summarises them. I addressed them at paragraphs 12 to 18. Mr. Wimble, although referring to the supplementary guidance and briefly summarising the 4 criteria, does not carry out an assessment of his own.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm noting it's 10:45. I'll carry on, but if an awful sound comes through your headphones, it means we've got a fire alarm, and I'll temporarily mute them if you don't mind. Thank you. Would you go please to Mr. Wimble's inquiry report at internal page 22, electronic page 26, paragraph 511. In paragraph 511, Mr. Wimble.
Sorry, Mr. Trinick, which document are we on at the moment?
I'm so sorry. It's Mr. Wimble's inquiry report, so CD 11.2. Are you going by internal pages or electronic pages, ma'am? Can't hear you, ma'am. Sorry.
Sorry, I had been going by internal pages, but I can use either.
No, internal pages are good for me. I'm using those as a primary reference. So internal page 22, paragraph 511. And at that paragraph, Mr. Wimble is talking about projects in the scenario 2, that is unconsented cumulative baseline. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And he mentions a project in the second last line called Cairnmore Hill. I believe application for local planning permission by another developer. And what can you tell us about that?
Well, the proposed wind farm has been refused and will not be appealed. So it will no longer be in the cumulative baseline. The exclusion of this proposal does not change the cumulative assessment for Limekiln extension, and I take no benefit from it. And just for the note, the right of appeal now, the time for the right of appeal has expired.
And the relevant CD reference for at least the intention not to appeal is CD 10.6.
Yes.
One of the new documents. Right. Well, the final exercise I want to go through is to take your response to what Mr. Wimble says about a number of viewpoints. So we need to go to Mr. Wimble's inquiry report, CD 11.2, at, I'll be with you in a moment. Paragraph 6, forgive me, I'm slightly behind here. 620, it's internal page 32. Let's make sure I got the right one here. Apologies, it's paragraph 635 at internal page 35. And we're looking at here at viewpoint 6, is that right, Mr. Denny?
That's correct, yes.
Which is at the Doonray Road junction on the A836. Have I got that right? People
That's
might
correct.
actually, if you've got it hard copied, or if not, CD 10.8, might as well introduce it now, is the new, I call it an inquiry plan. What we tried to do, ma'am, is to endorse on one plan useful information in one place for ease of reference. And I can talk to it, it's not really giving evidence. We've got the North Coast 500 route, the A836 marked, all the viewpoints marked, the landscape character type boundaries marked, the location of Canmore Hill, Bailey, and Drumholliston marked, obviously Limekiln 2 and the extension marked. In short, quite a lot of what I hope is useful information in one place. So we can see viewpoint 6, can't we, just to the north of the site?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and we see that Mr. Wimble records in 635 what you say. In itself, Limekiln extension minor and not significant based on moderate sensitivity being road users and low magnitude. And then he disagrees on both sensitivity and magnitude for the reasons he gives in 637, i.e. that there are tourists on the A836. And he also in 638 takes issue with you on magnitude. Now you've already given us a general response on the issue of sensitivity, so we don't need to go through that again. But what do you say back to Mr. Wimble in respect to what he says about viewpoint 6?
Yes, although I would agree that tourists appreciating the landscape, and this includes cyclists, would generally be of high sensitivity for receptors at this location and in this vicinity. The presence of dune ray, and of course I'm talking here about viewpoint 6, the presence of dune ray is both a detracting and characterizing feature of the primary visual focus for those passing along the route. The landscape context is, in the context of this part of Caithness, where there are many attractive landscapes and some of high scenic quality, but quite ordinary at this location. The assessment for ordinary car users was medium, as this is not the most scenic part of the NC 500, and it would not be correct to afford high sensitivity to the route, irrespective of the context and nature of the landscape through which it passes.
Don't go too fast, please. Slow it down a bit.
In relation to this judgment on magnitude, this can be judged by reference to viewpoint 6, comparing the consented development with the existing permitted development. I think that Mr. Wimble ascribing generic sensitivities rather than considering the sensitivity of these receptors in the context of the landscape through which they are passing. I would agree that elsewhere to the west of Ray and across to Melville, the sensitivity of the receptor would be likely to be high. It is here that I've seen them stopping to take the view, resting and picnicking, and even rough camping. The landscape of this section is very different and will affect receptor expectation and sensitivity when compared with the dune ray location. Also, the LVIA, however, does undertake, in addition to this viewpoint assessment, it undertakes an assessment for users of the routes, including the NC 500, at its page 9.97, commencing at paragraph 910, 157. And excuse me. and I've got a dry throat for some reason, it might be the hotel air, and summarized on a table at page 9.99. This gives the NC 500 high sensitivity, and for the dune ray to Isolde section records a significant effect. So the route assessment in the LVIA does accord the high sensitivity to the NC 500 as a route along this section. I agree that the application of GVA3 in the LVIA can be complicated with many interrelated facets, particularly when it comes to the sensitivity of receptors. But the LVIA has addressed all of these appropriately when read as a whole.
Very well. Go on now, please, to Mr. Wimble's inquiry report at internal page 38. My reference starts at 37, at paragraph 652, where in respect to viewpoint 8, Mr. Wimble records that you say, or the LVIA said, that the impact of Limekiln itself, extension in itself, assessed at moderate, minor and not significant based on moderate sensitivity and low magnitude. He, I think, agrees on magnitude but disagrees on sensitivity, 653, notes in 654 that if you go to viewpoint 8, overlook, we'll go to the viewpoint itself in a moment, overlooking the lot, there are 2 seats, and for reasons he gives in 764, he accords this viewpoint, or those at the viewpoint, high sensitivity. Now, I'd like you to respond, but in doing so, ma'am, I think you find it helpful to turn up viewpoint 8 in CD14, and I'll give you a figure number once you've got CD1.
Okay, I'm in 1.4.
Figure, sorry about the long numbering, P19 1865, and the relevant figures to differentiate from others in the volume are 163.
Sorry, are we using a figure number from the CD?
Internal figure number. It's headed view. Sorry, I'm being rather stupid here. It's not 163. Do correct me as we go, Mr. Denny, because we're not in the same room. It's figure 162. 162 is viewpoint 8, Anglers Car Park, Lochholder. Yep. And it's sheet A I want people to go to.
It's probably easier to use a paper version.
It's lovely to hear a reporter say that.
They're a bit cumbersome, but visualizations are usually
I
easier.
hope Mr. Jackman's listening.
Okay, and which sheet, sorry?
It's sheet A.
Sheet A. Okay, got it here.
So you should have, ma'am, a photograph at the top showing Lochholder off to the left, and then panning right, you can see in the wire lines and indeed in the photograph, the Limekiln, well, you see Limekiln 2 in the photograph, and the wire lines, Limekiln extension superimposed. Mm-hmm. With that background, Mr. Denny, what do you want to say?
Well, I can say that for viewpoint 8 and its environs, the only material difference between us is sensitivity. Mr. Wimble has it as high, whilst the LVA has it as medium. The permitted Limekiln 2 would be a noticeable feature in the baseline landscape, and the extension would be seen in that part of the view and landscape where the turbines would already be seen. Indeed, the distance is 5 kilometres with all the lateral extent of the extension seen within the lateral extent of Limekiln 2. The view down to and along the Lochholder is attractive, although the landscape attracts no particular landscape value by way of designation above that of the wider landscape. There is a bench seat that's been provided, however, orientated to allow those sitting there to look directly along the loch and appreciate the view, and it's accepted that this will be of local value. The location of the turbines is somewhat oblique to this view, which will remain attractive and will not be characterised by the turbines. Where the extension will be seen is where the consented Limekiln 2 turbines would be seen in any event. The turbines will be seen from the car park area as one moves down to the loch, but the visual influence is relatively contained to the elevated roadside area. The judgment as to whether it is high sensitivity receptor or medium rests on whether or not one considers those seeing the extension in the location in the view and in the same landscape and context already housing a wind farm would have the same degree of susceptibility to that change as they would to the initial change was brought about by Limekiln 2. Considering Limekiln 2 in the baseline, then the susceptibility judgment is justified in allowing a sensitivity judgment of medium as per the LVIA. The distance to the nearest turbine is 4.7 kilometres, and they are clearly in a different landscape, forming the wider setting to the loch.
You're speeding up again.
Sorry, forming the wider setting to the loch, but not in the immediate landscape, nor the landscape that frames the loch views. Views along the loch look to the southwest, whilst the turbines are to the northwest, in a distinctly different landscape. They do not interfere with the views of the loch and its local setting, nor are they located in the landscape which frames the views of the loch, especially when seen from the bench seat.
Okay, I think that gives us the information we need. Take two more short points from you on this viewpoint. One of the topics addressed by Mr. Wimble in his evidence is the lateral extension of land, which Limekiln extension causes on the baseline of Limekiln 2. Does any lateral extension issue arise in this viewpoint?
No, it doesn't. They're all seen contained within that of Limekiln 2.
Although, to be fair to another point, we see that at turbine 9 and turbine 5, maybe turbine 6, we see some increased stacking, don't we?
Yes, there is a little. Yes, that's correct.
Well, let's move on now to the second last viewpoint, and that's viewpoint 10. And for that, we need to go to Mr. Wimble's inquiry report, page 42, starting at 683. Ma'am, since you've got the hard copies, if you just roll on to figure 164, sheet A.
Yep.
Now, Mr. Wimble records your assessment. I must say, I'll pay him compliment. He sets out his evidence very clearly. It's easy just to use his inquiry report. Moderate, minor, not significant, based on moderate sensitivity, low magnitude. He agrees 684 with you on, well, doesn't disagree with you on magnitude, but he does disagree on sensitivity, based 685 on residential properties of high sensitivity in the area, whereas you've assessed matters by reference to road users. Going rather to sheet A, there's a wind farm in the foreground. It's a Midland right Bailey, Drumholliston barely visible behind, and then you've got the consented Limekiln 2 site, and then you can see the Limekiln extension turbines, and you can see 2 and 9 extend laterally to one side, and so on. What do you want to say in response to what Mr. Wimble says?
Well, the first thing is that I note that Mr. Wimble agrees a low magnitude of change relating to the extension, and although he increases the sensitivity, he also agrees that it's not significant. His reasoning for including the sensitivity relates to residential properties, and I touched on this earlier, along the road. He's mixing residential amenity assessment with the judgments concerning the road and public viewpoints. Excluding residential properties, he agrees the level of sensitivity. The extension turbines are at 7.3 kilometres or greater distance from a location which is dominated by the view of Bailey in close proximity. The susceptibility of someone at this or closely related public vantage points to the change brought about by the extension has to be seen in the context of existing views and the influence of Bailey. If this ever was a high sensitivity viewpoint in relation to wind farms, it is certainly not now due to the influence of Bailey and Limekiln 2 on the local and immediate landscape character and value and on receptor susceptibility resulting from this. He considers that the combined development effect is significant, but almost all of this would in any event derive from a combination of Bailey, primarily Bailey, and Limekiln 2, with the extension adding only a low magnitude of change. And as again, I think, just to reiterate, he only gets his judgment of significant by taking the residential properties into his thinking as high sensitivity receptors.
Thank you. Finally, on viewpoints, viewpoint 14, and that starts at internal page 44 of Mr. Wimble's inquiry report, CD 11.2, and the relevant parts for our purposes start at internal page 45, paragraph 698, where Mr. Wimble records your views. moderate, not significant, based on medium sensitivity, medium magnitude. Mr. Whittle at 699 disagrees with you on both sensitivity and magnitude. 6100 higher than medium sensitivity, because of people walking to the top of Boreham Hill will be high sensitivity, and magnitude will be low medium as opposed to, well, as opposed to your medium. So in that case, you're a higher level of magnitude than Mr. Wimble, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, fine. Nevertheless, do you want to comment on the sensitivity point, which he makes at paragraph 6100, using, and I should have taken you there, man, before asking the question, to figure 168 in the CD14 series? Are you there, ma'am?
I've got the paragraph 6100, and then it was volume 1.4.
No, CD14. The hard copy visualizations, ma'am, again.
Okay, yeah, back to there. Okay. Thanks.
So it's figure 168, sheet A.
Okay.
Now, the viewpoint, what's in the viewpoint is self-explanatory. We don't need to rehearse it. But I want to ask you one question about that viewpoint. What is the horizontal extent of the available view extending left and right of the image in 168?
It's a 90-degree view.
No, I understand that's a 90-degree view. I'm talking about what you actually see on the ground.
Well, the horizontal extent of the turbines is quite significant across a large proportion of the view.
We'll try again.
Sorry, I haven't got the view in front of me because I've got the large copy, but I'll just do that.
I think you better. Sheet 168, Mr. Denny.
Yes, I have that.
I probably didn't put my question very well. I can see what's in the image. We know it's a 90-degree image. We can see the proportion of the view taken up by the turbines. My question to you is, once you pan left and right of the view in the image, what is the available view to the viewer on the ground? Is it much more extensive than that?
Oh, it is considerably more extensive. Yes, I mean you are seeing a wide context of the whole landscape of that upland forested plain.
Very well. What do you want to say in response to what Mr. Wimble says about the issue of sensitivity in paragraph 6100?
Yes, the view from this location, the view from this location will be significantly characterized by Limekiln 2, and its turbines will be closer to the receptor than the extension turbines. All of the Limekiln 2 turbines will be visible, and the view to the south will be one of a wind farm. Although the extension turbines will extend the lateral spread to the east, Mr. Wimble accepts that the skyline would already be dominated, and that's his word, by turbines, and the change will be brought about by the extension needs to be judged in this context. They will collectively read as one wind farm. Notwithstanding this, the LVIA records a medium magnitude of change, and Mr. Wimble records low medium. The effect of Limekiln 2 is assessed as high magnitude on this receptor in any event. His judgment on sensitivity differs from both Limekiln 2 and the extension LVIA, however, which leads to his judgment of significance. Again, I consider that when walkers go to a viewpoint where there is already a clear view of a wind farm, then their susceptibility to change brought about by some further turbines in the same part of the view will be less than that which would have been had the original wind farm not been in the baseline. This reduces the sensitivity of the receptors at this location. They will be seeing the change in part of the view and landscape that he assesses as being dominated by turbines. Susceptibility in this part is influenced by how a receptor's attention is likely to be focused on the view and the visual amenity experienced. The focus in the views to the south from this viewpoint will be on a wind farm, Limekiln 2, and the sensitivity of receptors to the change that will be brought about by the extension need to be seen in this context. I consider, therefore, that the sensitivity judgment in the LVIA of medium is fully justified.
Thank you. I've got two more short points to take. The first amount needs some explanation, because you'll be thinking, as I raise the point, this doesn't come out of Mr. Wimble's evidence, and you'd be absolutely right. But it relates to a document which perhaps received the coverage that I think it should have. Mr. Denny, could you go on mute for the moment, please? Hasn't received the coverage it perhaps ought to have in the inquiry from either witness and mea culpa and that is CD35, which is the landscape sensitivity appraisal for Caithness. If you get up the title page of that. And
Okay, we'll ask your question and we'll see.
no, that's fine. That's rather why I'm making the point.
Yeah.
This is part of the supplementary guidance for wind energy issued by Highland Council. It's if you like, part 2, part 1 being CD34. That includes a sensitivity appraisal for the Loch Ness area. Then they brought out CD35, which at page 87, that's internal page 87, they're pretty clear numbering, I'll use those, starts a discussion of Caithness. Now, I'm not going to take Mr. Denny right through it, that would be inappropriate in chief. But I will take him to page 99. No, I'll take him to a map first, actually. Be more useful. It is on page 88. And Mr. Denny, come off mute, please. And
Just getting a copy of that map.
All right. Well, let me know when you got it.
Yes, I'm looking at that now.
Okay. I can lead you to an extent purely factual information if Mr. Finney doesn't mind. You can see CT4.
Yes.
And that's a landscape character area, not type area. Are we within CT4?
Yes, we are.
Well, I'll leave people to look at that map. And if you go then to page 99, do we see a discussion about CT4?
Yes, we do.
You haven't given evidence on chief on this, so I'm not going to ask you to give evidence now. I'm just drawing the reporter's attention to what the document does, and that's the limit of this exercise. If you go to page 101, is there a discussion there about the potential? Can you manage to turn your pages a bit more quietly, Mr. Dunn?
Apologies.
Page 101, about the potential for wind energy development.
Yes, there is.
Well, we'll let the reporters read it for themselves. I don't want to give more evidence in chief. I've now drawn your attention to that document, ma'am, which was the point of the exercise.
Okay.
My final point, Mr. Denny, is in relation to the additional wire lines, CD 10.7, which have been produced. If you people please get those in front of them. As I've said, it's Mr. Denny, you're making awful noise turning papers. Can you be a bit quieter?
I apologise.
At 10.7, if you don't have it hard copy, it will be on the extranet, but it won't be on the USB site. Now, why have these been produced?
They were produced because Mr. Wimble had some doubts about being able to make judgments about whether the LVIA was correct concerning the impact on these properties, although he didn't, in effect, say that he didn't agree with the LVIA. He in effect said that he couldn't agree with it either because he didn't have sufficient information to agree or disagree. He didn't make a different assessment of his own, so it was just left as a sort of matter of doubt.
All right, well, that's why they're being produced, and the reference for that is Mr. Wimble's, we don't need to go to it, inquiry report at internal page 6, paragraph 3(7) in brackets 4. That's what he says, and that's why they're being produced. So these are wire lines. You've got the distance from target, if you like, 2.1 kilometers for Lowndes Corrie Best. If we go to the CD 10.8 inquiry map, Lowndes Corrie Best, you might want to point out to us because it's not named. It's to the northwest of Limekiln extension. Is that right? At a distance of, well, 2.1 kilometers.
Yes, it's to the south, which is on the map of Achvardsel, or just to the southeast of Mitten. So it's that property on the edge of the forestry, just close to a few little forestry blocks.
I think that's right. Well, there is a good reference on the wire line which assists
There is,
people.
yes.
So that's that one. And dealing with Lowndes Corrie Best, would you give just the quickest, please, appreciation of the impact of screening features on what you would see in reality from that position?
Yes, indeed, the degree of visibility of Limekiln extension is not that great in the wireline, and the wireline doesn't benefit from the screening of forestry. In my assessment and the assessment in the LVIA, when you take into account the proximity of Lowndes Corrie Best to the forestry and indeed to vegetation and association, close association with the property, then the great majority or almost all of the turbines will be screened from view from the property.
All right. I want to leave it there because I'm simply introducing the documents rather than asking for additional evidence in chief here. You go on to the second one, which is Brewster Cottage. That is named on CD 10.8. Ma'am, you'll see that to the east of the site on the minor road south from Shepster. I think while we're at it, Acharigan is at the same location, more abouts, isn't it?
It is, they're very closely related, yes. And they
Yes.
both benefit from the same forestry screening.
So there is forestry screening there as well.
Yes, there is significant.
Would you please stay there, Mr. Denny? There may be some questions for you. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. I think that 11:15, it might be an appropriate point just to have a very quick break. Or would parties rather continue until we get to cross-examination?
It seems an appropriate moment for a break, and then I could pick up cross-examination after we've had the break.
Okay. If we come back in 10 minutes' time, would everyone be happy with that, just after 25 past? Okay, thank you. Okay, Graham, we're about to recommence. Everyone ready? Graham, you're on mute. You're around. Graham, can you let me know when you want to recommence?
Lorna, as soon as the sharing screen goes off, that's you ready to go. So
Okay,
you
thank
don't have to ask me.
Right.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, so we are moving on to cross-examination. Mr. Finlay, would you like to commence? But obviously you've indicated that it's likely to take around 2 hour mark. I'll leave it to you to let us know when you think it's an appropriate time for a lunch break. Would that be okay?
Absolutely. I'm as keen to get to lunch as anyone, so hopefully it won't be too late. Good morning, Mr. Denny.
Good morning, Mr. Finlay.
Can I just ask you, because I wasn't quite clear from one of your earlier answers to Mr. Trinick, but were you the person who compiled Chapter 9 of the EIAR and the appendices?
No, it was written by a senior landscape architect within my team, but I was intrinsically involved at all of the stages, and I was involved in signing off all of the assessments. And indeed, I visited the site with the author prior to its conclusion for us to agree the magnitudes and significance agreements and so on. So I was intrinsically involved in all the processes, but didn't pen every word.
Okay, so when there's just so that we can understand that, so that if there's a description of a viewpoint, did you go to all the viewpoints?
Yes, I've been to them all on more than one occasion. Well, other than the wildland ones, which I've been to only on one occasion each, but all of the others I've been to on several occasions.
No, but when the EIAR was produced, had you been to all the viewpoints?
Yes.
And considered the descriptions at that stage?
Yes, I went to all of the viewpoints with the author prior to the completion of the LVIA, so that I, as the senior member of the team and the senior landscape architect in the team, could actually talk through and agree the matters with my colleague, with the landscape architect in my team.
So you agree with so this is slightly, apologies for taking some time over this, but what that means is that you're happy with all the judgments in the EIAR?
Yes, because if I wasn't, I would have said so.
Thank you. And just so that we're aware, you were talking through CD 10.7, which were the 3 wire lines for the properties. But had you been to those properties at the time of the EIAR?
Yes. Again, I went round with the gentleman's name in my team, senior landscape architect, is Mr. David Gooch, and we went round together and looked at all of the properties together, straying wherever we could as closely to those properties as we were able without impinging on people's private spaces.
So, so I think to get to Lane's Corrie Best is, how close to that did you get?
Well, we wandered down the track as much as we dare to get as close a look at the property as we could, but didn't trespass on the immediate curtilage of the property.
And likewise with Acrick and Browser Cottage? Yes,
because we didn't have the we hadn't have the owner's permission to go and literally trespass within the immediate curtilage of their property, but we got as close to those properties as we dare without impinging on their privacy.
And so in terms of seeing what you could see and the extent to which tree cover would impinge upon the views from those properties, did you take photographs?
There were photographs taken, I think, but I'm not certain, so I won't say that. I'm not certain. I think there were, but I'm not certain. In terms of for my assessment, it was done by visiting the properties with the draft assessment with us to talk over the draft assessment and finalise it.
Right here. I'll come back to those in due course. What I wanted to then ask you about, were you involved in the design evolution?
Yes, I was. I was intrinsically involved in that.
So if we could go to CD 1.2, chapter 2, and electronic page 10 of 15, and heading 2.7, which is design evolution.
Yes, I have that.
Sorry, could you give me a minute just to open that up? It's taking a little bit of time on the screen. Sorry, could you repeat the paragraph number, please?
It's paragraph 2.7, or it's section 2.7.
2.7. Okay, thank you.
Great. In 2.7.1, you set out 3 design principles, and I was going to just suggest that there's no disagreement you've achieved the 3rd.
I've just noticed what you're going to point to me in reading through the 3 of them just now. Clearly, the 3rd bullet point's not correct. Terrible of me to say this, I wasn't the author of this piece of text, but clearly that's a cut and paste from some other design evolution. It should actually read the wildland. I was, as well as getting an overall balance within the design evolution, I did go to great lengths to look at the impact of Limekiln 2 on the wildland and try to get us to a scheme that would not have any greater significant effect on the wildland than Limekiln 2 had. So that 3rd bullet point should relate to wildland and other designated land, not to somewhere that appears to be in Argyll and Bute.
So I wondered how that had slipped in and whether this document had been started off life as a document from another wind farm proposal.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't worked on a wind farm in Argyll and Bute for some while, so I can at least hold my hands up and say it's not a piece of text from me.
Yeah, it's someone else's thought. But looking at the first 2 bullet points, what you is maximising renewable energy and respecting environmental constraints where possible. That gives the impression that renewable energy maximisation takes, if anything, precedence over environmental constraints.
No, it doesn't. I've been involved in a lot of wind farm design over the years, and it's a very complicated and difficult matter. And there's a balance to be struck. I know as a landscape architect that it's not just my job to do nothing other than minimise the landscape visual effects, because I can take turbines away or make them smaller until we have no effects, and that's called no wind farm, which of course isn't what the intention is if you're trying to develop a wind farm. I have my input into a team process in which others are involved in other matters, and that's alongside people looking at peat and cultural heritage and noise and so on. And then, of course, there is also the issue of trying to get that balance between minimising the environmental effects and still having a wind farm which is generating renewable energy, which is commensurate with that harm. I mean, to some extent, my view as a landscape architect, I want to protect the landscape wherever I can. And it's a point of what would be the point in harming the landscape to any degree if there weren't sufficient benefits to outweigh that. And so that's that balance that always has to be judged when designing a wind farm.
Well, I hear what you say, Mr. Denny. I think you put it rather differently than it's been put here, but you can leave that to the reporters to judge. Now, I'm going to ask you about the various iterations. So one needs to have two documents open. The iteration plan is in CD 1.3.
CD what? Sorry, did you say? Apologies. Did you see CD 1.3?
Yeah, CD 1.3 chapter 2. And it's figure 2. I think there's only one figure in that chapter.
So it's in section 3, did you say?
No, it's section 2. It's figure 2.
Yes, I have those.
EIA process. And then if you have those in front of you, and at the same time, if you scroll down in the written text in chapter 2, to 8, you have a heading turbine layout iterations. On page
Yes.
11. And then
I'm sorry to interrupt you. What was the paragraph number for that?
it's 2.8.
Thank you very much.
And then there's a table, table 2.1, which is just below paragraph 2.8.4. And that then takes one through the iterations. And one can see you started off with 10 turbines. Effectively, if you like, in 2 rows, although the rows curve round. That's the way I describe them. They can no doubt be described differently, but there are 2 lines of turbines on curving.
Yes, there's a sort of smaller inner curve and a slightly larger outer curve, if you want to put it that way.
Yes, I mean that's very helpful, because then if we looked at iteration 2 on the plan, one can see one has kept the 2 lines but reduced the number of turbines in the outer curve, and indeed one of the turbines in the inner curve. One's gone down to 7 turbines.
Yeah.
If we look in the report, that it's table 2.1. What that tells us is that there are a number of things done, and that in the 3rd paragraph, I'm looking at the 3rd column, to the right-hand column, it initially tells us you were looking at turbines of 175 to 200 meters, but the scale disparity was too big.
Yes.
So, and scale disparity is a matter we'll come to, but what we can record here is that usually the scale disparity, certainly anywhere in that range of 175 to 200 would be too large.
Yes, and I was part of that process.
Yeah, and then we see that you gave primacy to particular views, as one would do with any wind farm design, and you've taken into account the A836 lay-by at Drumholliston, which we've just been looking at. I think we can pick up most of these from the useful plans. So that's viewpoint 6, Ray Church, which is viewpoint 3, Chepstow, which is viewpoint 4. Sorry, the A836 lay-by is viewpoint 1. 3, 4, and 6 are the sort of, if you like, the design viewpoints, and then you've also taken into account the wildland viewpoint.
That's exactly correct, yes.
And as I understand it, the way we read that, that is what led to the, amongst other matters, that led to the reduction from 10 to 7.
Yes, and amongst other matters, that's correct. I actually visited the site and the viewpoints and familiarised myself with the landscape to be able to input into this design process. So parts of this design iteration are being influenced by me based on my site judgments.
Yeah, so absolutely. I just want to take it in turn. So that gets us, having taken those matters into account, we get to the second iteration. We then get to what is called in the table the design workshop stage. And that means that the outer line of turbines has gone completely, and one's left with the now 5 turbines in the inner line.
Yes, indeed, that design workshop was done in my offices, and we spent an entire day moving turbines around and looking at the implications of them to come up with that design iteration 3.
And what was the basis of losing any turbines in the outer line?
Well, in particular for my input, and I can't remember all of the inputs to do with other matters, but it was to reduce the impact on settlements and residential properties, particularly in the region of between Shirrey and Chepstow, whilst at the same time having constantly a weather eye on how any changes we made also impacted on the wider landscape and the wildland in particular.
Thank you. I thought that would be the case. So that what the reporters can record is that the outer line went in, no doubt for a number of interlocking reasons, but primarily, given the answer you've just given, to reduce the visual impact on Chepstow and other receptors within the vicinity of Chepstow.
It was certainly one of the considerations, yes.
And so, and without giving us an exact figure, how much closer, if you look, for instance, at iteration 2, what's the difference between the, what's the distance between the turbines on the outer, what I call the outer ring, and the?
Well, you can see that they're in the region of 400 to 500 meters.
So what we can record is that difference was considered sufficiently significant, notwithstanding the desire to maximize production, to remove those turbines.
Well, of course, as we said in the discussion we had earlier, there needs to be a balance between the level of effect that a scheme is giving rise to and the developer wanting to maintain a viable, productive scheme. I'm not claiming in landscape and visual terms the sole reason for all changes, because we had a very robust debate across all disciplines in doing this, and all disciplines participated. But yes, I was giving my input in relation to relationship to settlements and properties as part of that design iteration process.
Absolutely. And Mr. Denny, in your first answer on this iteration, you told us why those 3 disappeared from iteration 2 to iteration 3. And you've given us a helpful figure. If we look at, I just happen to have it open, the inquiry plan, just so you have the line of the turbine extensions, slight curved line from turbines 5 to 2, and then they broadly correspond with a similar line on existing, or I say existing, but the consented Limekiln 2. Again, what is the difference between, what is the distance between, for instance, turbine 23 on Limekiln 2, which is the second one from north to south, and turbine 5?
We can see from the scale on this map, we're looking at probably about 750 meters.
Right, so that that's very helpful. So that about 750 meters.
I've not measured that. But
yeah, no, I mean, that's just giving an order of magnitude.
Yes.
And the difference between the inner and outer lines proposed was somewhere in the region of 500 meters. So that's very helpful. Thank you. And then I think the final, just so that I don't miss anything out, the final design proposed development, when one looks at the matters that were taken into account in dealing with that, they related to more micro-siting type issues. And indeed, one can see there's not a great deal of difference between iteration 3 and iteration 4.
No, what happened is the big design day iteration 3 scheme then had to be refined specifically in relation to things like water courses and other matters, but they were more minor refinements.
So just to come back to the difference between iteration 2 and iteration 3, the judgment, certainly as far as you're concerned, that the input you were giving in terms of landscape and visual is that the balance required removal of the 3, what I call outer turbines, because of visual impact, whereas the remaining turbines, the inner ring, were visually acceptable.
Well, it's not for me to decide what's acceptable.
Okay, well, in your terms, sorry, I will. You do actually use the word acceptable in your evidence, but I'll come to that in a moment. But in terms of your input, you advised the removal of the 3 outer turbines due to visual impact reasons, but you did not advise that the 5 inner ring should be removed or reduced in height for the same reason.
No, we explored a wide range of options, even in looking at iteration 3 on that design day and at different turbine heights and implications of those, and whether or not significant benefit accrued from them or whether it didn't. And taking all matters into account, including my own advice, we were content that that was the appropriate scheme to take forward.
Yes, I understand that, but were there any other reasons, significant reasons why the 3 outer turbines were removed between iterations 2 and 3?
I can only remember, because of course it's fresher in my mind, what I had to say about the relationships of those turbines with both the wildland, how they impacted on lateral spread, Shebster, Brewster, etc. I can't remember the other inputs that happened during that entire design iteration day. But all I'm telling you is that part of that consideration, and one that was important, was my input on landscape and visual.
And your concern on landscape and visual was, just so we're absolutely clear, was the impact on visual receptors in the broad vicinity of viewpoint 4.
No, my concern was for the entire landscape, everything from residential receptors and settlements through to the settled farmland landscape, the wildland, all of those
Danny,
assets.
I think you misunderstood my question, and it's my apologies because I don't think I put it clearly, but I was just trying to, in terms of removal of the 3 outer turbines, I thought we'd agreed earlier that it was primarily due to the impact on visual receptors in the vicinity of Shebster that you were advising that they be removed.
Well, I think just taking out the word primarily, then I agree with you. It was certainly one of my recommendations in relation to other matters being balanced together.
Right, and in that case, you were clearly recognising a sensitivity of visual receptors in the vicinity of viewpoint 4, which reflects that in the council's reason for refusal.
Well, of course, in every landscape where you have a wind farm, there are going to be a range of sensitive receptors in the landscape, and one has to appropriately take those into consideration in the design iteration.
Can we leave design, and one can, I think, put PD 1.3 away? We're not going to need that again, and move on to your chapter 9, and I want to look at the appendices, which are CD 1.5, chapter 9, and appendix 9A to begin with.
Yes, I think I have the right document.
Right, Hugh. So, first matter I wanted to pick up was just some of the, or to provide the basis for some of the comments that you made in evidence in chief about sensitivity, some of your additional comments. So if we go to page 2 of appendix 9A, one sees that part of that appendix where you deal with sensitivity.
That's correct.
you go to page 3, you set out the guidance for how you've assessed the sensitivity of visual receptors, and that goes from 2.6 to 2.9.
Yes.
There's nothing in there that suggests that a visual receptor will change sensitivity if he moves up or down a road, is there?
Well, they're only, this is the problem with setting out guidelines. They are guidelines, but they're not exclusive and they have to be interpreted.
And there's nothing in there about sensitivity being reduced due to distracting features.
Well, GVA3 in relation to looking at the sensitivity.
Could you answer the question? There's nothing in there, 2.6 to 2.9, about detracting features, reducing sensitivity.
No, not in those generic descriptions, no.
Now, you wanted to take me to GLVIA3, which I think is CD 5.1 from memory.
Yes, that's correct.
Is there any particular passage in there you'd like to take me to? On the basis of detracting features, reducing sensitivity.
Yes, if you look at paragraph 635 on page 114 of.
Yeah.
It tells you, it's looking at these generic examples of higher and lower sensitivity. And it says this division is not black and white. And in reality, there'll be a gradation in susceptibility to change. It goes on later in that sentence to tell you about that, saying groups of people who will be affected and the extent to which their attention is likely to be focused on views and visual amenity. And it's clear from an examination of GVA3 that visual amenity has, at the degree or otherwise of visual amenity, has an impact on susceptibility and sensitivity. For example, an example of that, the generic examples that GVA3 gives for road users is that they are medium sensitivity. But it points out that it might be that where a road user is going through a particularly scenic landscape and traveling more slowly, then they could become high sensitivity receptors, because of course what it's telling you there is the context of the visual amenity they're enjoying may affect their susceptibility and sensitivity.
But first of all, I'm not sure it mentions detractors anywhere, which is a matter that you were relying on. But secondly, the passage you were referring to about road users is in 633 at the top of page 114, internal page 114. Says where travel involves recognised scenic routes, awareness of these is likely to be particularly high. Doesn't suggest that awareness of views is likely to change during the course of travelling along a scenic route, does it?
No, but if you're travelling along a route and then you deviate onto a scenic route, you may go from a medium sensitivity road user to a high sensitivity road user.
But I mean,
it's about
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's just about the degree to which the receptor is focused on the landscape and the visual amenity that they may be enjoying in being focused on the landscape. Indeed, the higher the degree of visual amenity, the more likely the receptor is to be focused on the landscape.
I'd suggest to you that a receptor travelling on the North Coast 500 is going to be highly sensitive to landscape wherever they are on that route.
Well, you'll see that the LVIA assessment does give the NC 500 high sensitivity.
Well, we'll come back to that with respect to a number of particular viewpoints. There is no cumulative methodology set out in your appendices or anywhere in the EIAR, is there?
No, it follows the general cumulative impact assessment guidance of SN8/NatureStop.
There is no methodology set out for assessing cumulative assessment in your EIAR, is there?
No, I just agreed with you on that.
And then in table, where you deal with the Appendix 9E, where you deal with the viewpoint assessment, there is no perhaps the point best weighed by reference to the summary of effects, which you deal with at page 32. Whilst you deal with the proposed development and the combined developments, there's no individual viewpoint assessment by reference to cumulative impact, is there?
No.
Did you draw a table 10.9, CD 10.9, which is the comparative assessment table?
Well, so did I personally draw it up?
Yes.
Is this the one that's just been put in? I haven't got the CD number in front of me. Oh, hang on, yes, I have got it here now. Yes, I did.
Because if you go to cumulative effects, which doesn't find its way into the table until page 4, towards the bottom of the page. Suggests that you and Dr. Wimble are in agreement. I think
It does, yes.
Whereas in fact that's not correct, is it? Because Dr. Wimble finds both a significant cumulative impact at viewpoint 4 from the extension, and for the reporter's note, that's paragraph 624 of his evidence. But he also finds that in other assessments that cumulative effects are intensified. For instance, paragraph 641 and 658, where he does say.
Yes, that's correct. I think what I'm saying here is I think we're pretty much aligned in relation to where Limekiln, where the influence that Limekiln extension has on those cumulative effects.
Well, I'm not sure you are. You say you're pretty much aligned. If you were to read this table, it would appear that you're completely agreed, whereas in fact, for the reasons I've pointed out, there are material differences between you.
Well, then I apologise if that appears misleading. It was an attempt to summarise the position, but if I have misrepresented Mr. Wimble, no doubt he will say so later.
Well, see, I suggest to you that your appreciation of whether he thinks of cumulative impacts is lacking, and that's another example of it. You do deal with cumulative impacts in a little bit more detail in chapter 9 of CD 1.2, and perhaps we could turn to that. That's the landscape and visual chapter in CD 1.2. If we turn to electronic, actually, I hope it's electronic page 101. Sorry, electronic page 105. You should have table 9.14.
Yes.
And what that tells you and the reporters for each viewpoint location is whether there are visible wind farms in combination or in succession.
Yes, it does.
But it doesn't tell you any more than that.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. And then if we go on to the written text under the heading of totality of combined effects of all schemes, I'm looking at 9.11.23, which should be 108. That's where the section starts. And if we go on to 9.11.25, you identify the most relevant issue is that part of LCT 134 which lies between the proposed development and Bailey, which lies in the adjacent LCT 143 to the northeast.
Yes, that's correct.
Indeed, that again is the area of most concern to the council, is it not?
Yes, and obviously it's because you have an area of land lying between two wind farms, and therefore there must be that consideration must be given to any additional effects in that regard. Yeah. Now we're here dealing in the section. I should have made this clear with landscape character, and we'll come on in 9.11.26. In about the 5th line down, there's a sentence beginning, in this context, it is recognised that the overall combined effect of wind energy on this part of LCT 134 would increase and would be significant. Now, I understand that correctly. The would increase is a reference to it would increase by reason of Limekiln extension. Yes, there's bound to be an additive effect of Limekiln extension over and above that of Bailey and Limekiln 2. But the extent of such increase, it's difficult to determine from this description. Yes, it is. Well, it's not set out in that description. Is it set out anywhere in the EIAR? Well, no, because those judgments in that landscape indicated that for those locations, there's already a significant effect. And therefore, any additive effect of Limekiln extension would merely serve to reinforce or be a slightly larger effect on that. But it's still, the output was, is the effect significant? And the answer is yes, it is. Well, that's a very interesting answer, Mr. Denny, because surely there must be some way of recognizing that whilst, even if you start with a significant effect, if you intensify that or increase it, to use your words, intensify being Dr. Wimble's words, that will increase or intensify the effect of a significant effect, so it will be greater. And so it may move, depending on other judgments, from something which was acceptable to something which is unacceptable. I think the purpose of EIA is not to identify levels of significance, but to identify significant effects. I mean, you will know, as I do, there are quite a number of practitioners who don't provide levels of effect. We generally do. But in this instance, where there is already a significant effect, the answer quite clearly is, well, then it will remain significant, and that is the output of the EIA. Well, surely it's important for those who are judging the impact to have regard to the magnitude of the significant effect. Or is that something you have left out of account? Well, what we've done is we've assessed the impact of Limekiln extension in its own right, as we call it, on a solus basis against its baseline. But yes, where we have looked at the in combination effect with Limekiln 2, if the effect of Limekiln 2 was already of itself significant, we have indicated that the effect of the combined will remain significant, and through that paragraph you just read and elsewhere, indicated there will be some addition to the significance of that effect. But there aren't actually degrees of significance in EIA. It's either a significant effect or it's not a significant effect. So what we've said is the effect remains significant. Well, there are a number of matters there that I would disagree with Mr. Denny. First of all, in paragraph 9.11.26, you're not just dealing with the in combination effects of Limekiln 2 and Limekiln extension. You're dealing with Bailey. That's correct. That's correct as well, yes. Secondly, whilst the purpose of an EIAR is indeed one of its main purposes to identify significant effects, that is so to ensure that those effects, whatever magnitude they are, is taken into account, and we agree that. Well, no, it's so that the significant effects can be taken into account by the decision maker.
But not all significant effects will be of the same level or magnitude. Do you accept that?
I do accept that, but what is important is the effect significant or not?
Well, I'd suggest to you that that betrays a flaw in your approach, Mr. Denny, that when you're, just because you have an effect that is currently significant, it may be itself significantly increased, which is Dr. Wimble's view from viewpoint 4. It may be intensified, but both are relevant factors for the decision maker to take into account. Do you not agree that?
Well, certainly I think that the decision maker needs to take into account, in this case, the in combination effect between Limekiln 2 and Limekiln extension. And this LVIA gives sufficient information for that to take place.
Well, I'll come back, well, I'll move on to the visual impact because there's a very similar wording. You deal with a number of scenarios from 1128 onwards, and we can pick up actually the same wording at 91143 on electronic page 112.
91143.
43?
91143.
Yeah, 43. Not surprisingly, at the end of that paragraph, you're looking at the, well, I'll introduce it more slowly. You're looking at the totality of the combined effect of all schemes. So that's including Bailey, and we're looking at visual effect here. And again, you've identified a particular area as of most relevance. That is between the proposed development and Bailey, presumably wind farm. Visual receptors in this location include the settlement of Shebster and the minor of Shebster and Thurso. So we've identified the same location that you had for broad location that you had for landscape impact. And in 91144, in the third line, there's a sentence which says, when the impact of Bailey is also considered alongside this, it is recognised that this would result in additional combined effects on the visual receptors in this area, with turbines being seen in opposite directions. This would serve to reinforce the significant nature of the cumulative effect. But again, apart from that general description, is there any other description as to the extent to which that reinforcing would take place?
No, there isn't a magnitude of additional effect that's given because we're looking at, again, an existing effect which is significant, and then an addition to that effect which remains significant.
Well, see, first of all, from viewpoint 4, Dr. Wimble thinks that or not just thinks, but considers that the addition is itself significant, doesn't he? That's a major difference between you. And secondly, whilst you've given your views to the reporters of the increase in broad terms anyway, the combined effect of all schemes in the vicinity of viewpoint 4, you haven't done so for any other viewpoint, have you?
No, that's a matter of fact. But in relation to what you just put to me, what the EIA is saying is that there's already a significant effect arising from Limekiln 2 and Bailey in the baseline. There is a non-significant effect of Limekiln extension in this area, but nonetheless, that's still an additive effect to that existing significant effect, which remains significant.
And as I understand it, just to finish this point off, you have provided guidance on magnitude of non-cumulative effects, but not for cumulative effects.
That's right, yes.
Now, I think we can leave that for the moment and pick up a reference. Yes, if we go to your report, which is, I think, CD 10.1.
That's my inquiry report.
Yep. and paragraph 2.13. And so it is acknowledged that there is not a specific hub height which is being applied for as part of the Limekiln extension application. There are potential for a range of candidate turbines with overall tip heights. It may be my mistake, Mr. Denny, but in terms of the visualizations which have been produced, what hub heights and blade lengths are shown on the visualizations for the extension?
It's a V117. So that's a 117 metre swept path. I can't, from memory, give you the hub height, but it is set somewhere in the evidence. And I think the blade length is somewhere in the region of 56.7 metres. Now, that doesn't quite add up to the 117 because you've got the blades attaching to the hub. But the swept path is 117.
And then what are the equivalent swept path for the Limekiln 2 turbines as shown on the visualization?
They've been modelled with the 117.
Well, it would appear, so they are modelled with the same swept path.
For the, I think they are. I think that's correct. Yes, I'm doing this from memory, but
well, I'm surprised at that. If one looks at the,
no, sorry, they won't be. Of course, forgive me. They won't be because they're smaller turbines. They're the 6 in the Limekiln consented scheme. The 6 turbines at 126 metres and 15 at 139.
Absolutely. What I want
to, yeah, and on the basis of an average 80 metre hub height, then you could calculate the blade length and the swept path.
Well, that's quite important. What I wanted to know from you is what swept path or rated diameter you had taken into account when giving the report as your assessment.
I can't tell you that from memory, but I do know that the turbines are 126 and 139. I know the locations of them, and I can see the extent of the blade length from the visualizations and any effect when I'm on site. But what I do tend to do is imagine in my mind's eye at each of the assessment viewpoints what would occur if the hubs were slightly lower and the swept path was greater, and whether that would give rise to any additional effect, keeping that within the overall, because I can't do an assessment by way of visualizations for every potential candidate turbine, but always take into account, and that's particularly important because I'm always mindful that if, for example, a hub is either just visible or just not visible, that with a change in the candidate turbine, it may become visible, and I do take that into account.
Well, yes, but it seems to me it's quite important to know, even if you can't remember it, is it set out somewhere in the EIAR?
Again, I can't tell you that from memory, I'm afraid.
Okay, well, if you, whether we finish by lunchtime, if you can find that over lunch, I'd appreciate it, because as I understand it, the difference in the turbine radius is in the order of some 17.5 meters swept path, as shown on the visualization.
That sounds to me to be in the right order, yes.
Which is over a 40% difference in swept path area, swept path radius. Sorry, the rotor radius difference is over 40% different between the Limekiln existing turbines and those proposed at Limekiln extension.
Depending on whether you're talking about the 126s or the 139s. And it's the 139s which are closer to the Limekiln extension turbines. And I think in that regard, the difference is only about 10 meters.
Well, that's in terms of height of hub. And do they have, that's why it seems to me it's quite important that we know whether you're comparing like with like. Because do you not accept that in terms of the, not only would at distances of 3 kilometers or so, a person will perceive a difference in rotor radius, but there will also be different speeds at which the turbines will turn in the same wind.
Yes, there is a slight difference in the speed at which they turn. Actually, because I've experienced this in the landscape and I've been out and looked at it at several occasions, when you're at distances of 2, 3 and 4 kilometers away from the turbines, and the turbines are set within a rolling landscape as they are at Limekiln 2 and Limekiln 2 extension, and therefore the base heights of each of those turbines are not the same, it's very difficult to discern those differences in blade length between turbines, unless the turbines are in effect sitting side by side, so you can make a direct comparison. But when actually sitting in the landscape, it's actually quite difficult sometimes to make those distinctions, even when you know what those distinctions are.
Well, that's a significant difference between you and Dr. Wimble, because he suggests that with a 40% difference in turbine, let me just get the figure entirely correct, in rotor radius, and a different wind speed, then they would be apparent. Whereas your evidence as a whole concentrates on whether you will perceive the difference in heights of turbines. And I can see that, I can accept that in a rolling landscape with variable base heights, that may be more difficult to perceive.
It certainly is.
Where you have bigger turbines closer to you with significantly larger rotor radius and different wind speeds, they will be far more perceptible.
Well, certainly if turbines are closer to you, whether they're of the same swept path or a different swept path, the main perception you have is of those turbines being closer to you. So sometimes you can't necessarily discern easily the difference in those blade lengths. But what you can discern is that because the difference in blade length is having an effect, it just makes them appear as though they're slightly closer to you. That's the perception you get.
Well, I'm not going to finish cross-examining or break for lunch now, but over lunch I would request, and I'm very happy for you to have any assistance, but for you to be able to point out to me after lunch where in the EI you see what the turbine dimensions that are shown on the visualizations are. We move on from that now, though, and come to the issue of acceptability. In your report, we're still in your report at 10.1. At 1.10, you make it clear that you report on significant landscape and visual effects, and someone else does the planning balance, in effect.
Yes, I don't do the planning balance.
I just want to see how you've kept to that, because first of all, if you go to your recognition, at paragraph 7, and this is meant to be a summary of your evidence, you say it's not agreed that the increase in height of the turbines of Limekiln extension compared to those of Limekiln 2 would be perceptible in the view from viewpoint 4, which is part what we've just been discussing, to such a degree as would be considered inappropriate. Now, that would appear to suggest that you are forming a view as to what is appropriate or inappropriate.
Well, I'm not forming a view on what's acceptable or unacceptable, but yes, as somebody providing landscape input, and particularly input into landscape and visual amenity, then I need to make judgments what I think is some appropriateness of a layout, and whether I think that the scheme that we have come up with through the design iteration is an appropriate one for us to take forward. So maybe it's clumsy language, but I'm not using that language in any way in the context of acceptability.
Right, yeah, well, I accept that from you, but perhaps I can just ask you a little bit further. How do you judge, on what are you judging inappropriateness? What scale are you judging? How are you judging inappropriateness in that sense?
Well, it's a professional judgment. I mean, I'm a landscape architect of 35 years experience, worked on a very, very wide range of schemes from NSIPs down to everything you can imagine. And part of my job is to bring to bear my professional judgment within the team as to what is an appropriate scheme to take forward or not, and voice my opinions in that regard. So that's the context in which I'm putting it.
Yeah, I understand you've got judgment, and obviously you're obliged to apply it. But in order to test that judgment, I can understand how you form a view, as Dr. Wimble does, and whether something's significant, and form a view as to magnitude and sensitivity, and sets out in the EIAR the criteria that you use to take into account that judgment. But you haven't in any place in the EIAR set out how you form a view as to appropriate or inappropriateness, have you?
No, it's actually, it's in effect reading the body of the document as a whole is the information which has informed my judgments. And indeed, vice versa, my judgments inform the assessment as we move forward. So it's a kind of holistic approach.
Well, I'm trying to avoid accusing you of forming a view of it on acceptability. You seem to be almost coming back to it. If you turn to paragraph 11 in your recognition, you say it is not considered that Limekiln extension would give rise to effects of nature that would warrant the objection set out in the reason for objection. And in the fifth line, you even talk about planning balance. It does appear to me that you're wading into the wider issue there.
Well, not intentionally. If I give it to you and to the reporters categorically that I do not see it as my role to decide on acceptability, because that's got to take into account all the facets that I don't take into account. I'm merely phrasing it within the context of my understanding of the judgments that I've made to inform the scheme from a landscape and visual point of view.
Yes, well, I'm slightly worried that infecting those judgments is a view of acceptability that is unexpressed by reference to any objective criterion.
No, I don't express a view on acceptability. That's for the decision maker.
Well, you know, sorry to use your words, or it's infected by a view on appropriateness or inappropriateness, which is not based on any objective criteria or methodology.
Well, you may not be happy with my language, but what my language is merely saying is that I brought to bear my professional judgment as part of the design team in informing the scheme.
Let's move away from that issue of acceptability. If we can go to paragraph 2.9 of your report, so that's still CD 10.1. And here you're looking at what would happen if the section 36C application were to be successful. But do you accept that the primary judgment at this stage has to be taken into account the impacts on the currently approved scheme, because they're simply uncertain as to whether that section 36C application will succeed or not?
Yes, I absolutely agree with you. And I think you criticised me earlier about where the weight of evidence or explanation was, particularly in the cumulative assessment. But what the LVIA has done is to do exactly what you were just counselling then, which is to concentrate on those combined effects between the consented development and Limekiln extension, because those are the effects most pertinent to the consideration of Limekiln extension on its merits. at this inquiry.
Mr. Denny, I was criticising you for not dealing with Bailey properly, which is an existing and indeed built in song, not failing to deal with Limekiln 2A. But we're agreed as to the approach. That's very helpful. In your, still staying with your report, in both paragraphs 1.6 and 3.17, I'll just have a little bit of time to look at those. You've included in bold, presumably because you wanted to add emphasis on it, the reasoning from the both the Highland Council Planning Officer Report Committee, the recommendation for refusal, and indeed a passage from the Statement of Agreed Matters.
Yes, the bold isn't to, it's just to differentiate them from my text so that as quotations they can't be confused with being my own text.
Do you accept that you don't consider the impact on the area, viewpoint 4 and the area around it, in a vacuum?
No.
And do you accept that in the officer's report there was considerable disagreement? I'm not going to go through it in detail. The reporters will no doubt be able to carry out the exercise themselves, of where the officer found significant effects on a number of locations where you hadn't.
Yes, indeed, or had concerns, potential concerns in that regard.
Yes, I think your review agreed on viewpoints 4 and 18, but he also found them at 6, 8, 9, 14 and 16.
Yes, that's correct.
And indeed, as one can see from the report, he was particularly concerned about horizontal spread and your approach to sensitivity.
Yes, and indeed, to some extent, it seems that the officer has adopted the Nature Scott in that regard.
Well, indeed, and I was going to come to Nature Scott now, because Nature Scott also voiced similar concerns to those Dr. Wimble is now raising. And if we have the Nature Scott objection, which is CD 2.1 at 14. And again, I'm not going to go through the detail on this. I'm just going to take you to one passage at page 6. On page 6 of 11 is my note. It should be a passage at the top of the page with a paragraph reading the increased height of the turbines.
I have a hard copy and it isn't paginated. I shall just find it.
If you should be on, it's copied on both sides, it'll be the third page on the reverse side. It's just above the wording conclusions and recommendations. Which then deal with wildland. And
yes, I've got that. Yes, the increased height of the turbines relative to the consented development.
Yeah. So Nature Scott were concerned about the increased height turbines.
Yes.
They were also concerned about the introduction of hubs and blades sitting higher in the view, reducing clarity, and they reference viewpoint 4, where they identify T2 and T9 as outliers.
Yes, well, actually, interestingly, I note that the Highland Council officers didn't suggest the removal of T2 and T9. In fact, suggested to the council that 3 turbines with T2 and T9 in it would be acceptable. So that seems to be at odds with that. But otherwise, yes, what you've put to me is correct. That's what Nature's got to say.
Just in case that point's passed, I actually think the officer does also identify T2 and T9 as outliers from viewpoint 4.
But But nonetheless, considered that a 3 turbine scheme with those 2 turbines in it would be likely to be acceptable.
But absolutely, that was his recommendation. As I understand it, prior to the matter going to committee, you provided a response to the recommendation, making it clear that you didn't agree about the removal of the turbines.
Yes, we didn't think that it was necessary.
And that indeed the case before, and perhaps most importantly, the case that the reporters have to report on to ministers is a case being made for 5 turbines.
Yes.
And we can see that the inevitable logic, and we're just staying with the officer's report for a moment, is that he wasn't in favour of such a proposal, was he?
No, he was in favour of a reduced scheme to 3 turbines, which in effect, if in effect what the officer's report in a nutshell is saying is that there are two turbines in combination with those 3, which give rise to the effects that the officer was not happy with. But the effects arising from those remaining 3 turbines would be in the within the bounds of acceptability.
Yes, but
So the unacceptable effects largely relate to those other 2 turbines in the view of the Highland Council.
Well, in the view of the officer,
yes,
but that is as a matter of record is entirely correct. But for the issue for the reporters reporting to Scottish ministers, they're not being primarily anyway asked to consider whether a reduced scheme would be acceptable. They're being asked to consider whether a 5 turbine scheme is acceptable.
Yes, I accept that. Yeah.
And I'll put it to you again, the logic of the officer's position is that he did not find the 5 turbine scheme acceptable.
That's correct, that was his position.
And then coming back to the Nature Scott document, neither did they, because reading on in that document, they raised concern about viewpoint 4, viewpoint 8, which is the Anglers car park viewpoint. I think that's correct.
That's correct.
And viewpoint 16 and viewpoint 18. And again, the concerns that they are raising, no doubt picked up by the officer's report, but they also reflect concerns that Dr. Wimble is raising. There's minor differences between them, but they are all concerned about the same factors.
Yes, one could say that Nature Scott made its concerns known. The officer adopted Nature Scott's concerns, and Dr. Wimble has adopted both.
Well, if Mr. Trinick's bold enough to put that to Dr. Wimble, he'll no doubt receive his answer. But what I would suggest to you is that Nature Scott are, whilst they wouldn't object to a scheme on landscape and visual impact unless it reached a level of national importance, would they?
That should be their position.
The fact that they've provided a significant critique on it is a matter of potentially capable of significant weight, depending on whether or not the reporters agree with it.
Well, again, the weight isn't for me.
Mr. Denny, be quiet. I don't think that's a question for Mr. Denny, frankly.
You would accept that Nature Scott are experienced in landscape and visual impact analysis, would you?
They certainly have experience of doing that, yes. I've worked with Nature Scott on a lot of schemes.
Then I'm making good progress, but I will try and deal with viewpoint 4, and then once I've done that, break for lunch. For these purposes, can you keep your report open? You can put the SNH document away, but also go back to the Appendix 9 and CD 1.5 and turn to page 10 of 21.
Mr. Kennedy, those references.
All right, I couldn't hear you, Mr. Campbell.
Do you mind repeating those references, please?
Of course, it's
Hear you.
Appendix 9E in CD 1.5, and I'm looking at page 10 of that appendix, which should have viewpoint 4 of Shakespeare. And at the same time looking at paragraph 4.11 of your report, which is on internal page 19. Everyone's got those documents. What I wanted to pick up was that this is the section of your report where you give a detailed response to the objection, dealing primarily with viewpoint 4 and the location of it. And in 4.11, you effectively repeat the wording, in fact you do word for word, and this is not a criticism of you, Mr. Denny, shows consistency of 5.10 of the EIAR.
Yes, it does.
And likewise, in the, and just before we pass on from 4.11, you say the 5 turbines in Limekiln extension will be situated slightly closer to the viewpoint than the turbines of Limekiln 2. And just to put that in context, you know from the initial questions I asked you, the difference between that difference is, I think, there's 750 meters closer, and the outer ring of turbines would have been, that were eventually designed out, would have been a further 500 meters closer than that.
That's a rule of thumb. Of course, it differs between turbines, and it differs between locations, because
absolutely broad rule of thumb.
Yeah, and that's probably also a worst case.
Yeah. In paragraph 4.12 of your report is picking up paragraph 5.11 word from word of the EIAR.
Yes.
Paragraph 4.13 of your report picks up paragraph 5.12 of the EIAR.
Yes, because they're matters of descriptive fact, as I see it.
Yes, but you've added a caveat to 4.13. The last 3 words there, to some degree, don't appear in the EIAR. What was the basis of adding a caveat to a pure descriptive phrase? Because what you leave, paragraph 5.12 says that they will accentuate the size of the turbines and their perceived scale, and you appear to be now seeking to diminish that comment.
Well, I suppose actually I'm not seeking to diminish it, and in effect, it's probably redundant anyway, because accentuate the size, well, if something accentuated, it must be to some degree or another. I think it was just me being cautious, because accentuate sounds rather pejorative. It was me saying, well, it does accentuate it, but to some degree. We've got to consider the degree to which it accentuates it. So it's me being slightly sensitive to the pejorative nature of accentuate. That's probably all it is. Matter of language again.
Okay. Then just moving on, we turn over the page in your report to paragraph 416. That is picking up, at least at the start of it, the wording of 517 of the EIAR.
Yes, it does.
But there are significant words missing. In 517, the author of the document said that it is considered that the combined development will result in high magnitude of change that will be prominent and strongly influence the view and continue to result in a significant effect. The words of prominence and strongly influence the view are omitted in your report. Is there any particular reason why that is so?
No, it's certainly not. It's not me being devious or underhanded in any way. It's merely me needing to summarise some of the text in order not to make my inquiry report overly long. But there's nothing in that, and I don't deviate from the text in the LVIA because the LVIA is the position.
Because what you do I don't think I could have criticised you for being overly lengthy of including a 4-paragraph text at 517, but then what you do in 417 of your report is seek to place some balance on what you said in 416. Indeed, in the third line, you say that it's not to such a degree as could be considered inappropriate, which is the wording I was asking you about in your recognition.
Yes, that's back to the application of my judgment as a landscape architect.
Well, I'm not going to go over that ground with you again, but I suggest to you that you, in fact, have demonstrated a sensitivity to the words of prominence and strongly influenced. But just so that the reporters are aware, you accept that it will be indeed, the change will be prominent and will have a strong influence.
Yes, it is. I agree with that. They will be prominent.
At the end of 417, you talk about the Limekiln extension turbines appearing taller. Sorry, jumped ahead of myself. In the fourth line, you say the Limekiln 2 turbines are either 126 or 139 to blade tip. Again, this is a matter for you to look over lunch. So will those turbines have different blade lengths, even though they're simply because of different heights?
I will check that.
This is only a difference that you say that the nearest turbines would be 139 meters. Now, could we have a look at keeping that into one hand? And I think you can close up if you want the appendix 9E. If you look at the inquiry plan, to just identify for the reporter's benefit where turbines T23, 30, 36 and 57 are, they are, if one likes, the corresponding row in Limekiln 2 or line of turbines adjacent to the boundary, 57 being the most southerly and 23 being the second most northerly.
Yes, that's right.
But 22 is the most northerly. That is just the words Milton Moss on plan CD.
Yes, it's just below the words Milton Moss, yes.
And that is a 126 metre turbine, is it not?
It is, yes.
So that if you were looking from viewpoint 14, or indeed from viewpoint 4, you will have a comparator 126 metre turbine in view.
Well, the way to appreciate that, of course, is to look at the visualizations and actually see what the perceived effect is rather than taking it from a mathematical judgment. And of course, that's been part of the process, is to see in the landscape what the perception is.
Well, it's just the way you phrased it here. You said for the most part, the Limekiln extension turbines would be seen nearest to turbines, which would be 139 metres. I just wondered whether there was any reason you omitted reference to turbine 22.
No, there is no. It's merely a factual statement. For the most part, that is correct.
If we have a look at, indeed, at viewpoint 4 in a visualization, so that is CD 1.4 volume 3. Right, I'm working off a hard copy. But the wireline may be the most helpful.
So are we looking at the visualizations here?
Yes, the visualizations for viewpoint 4, and the wireline is certainly on my third figure. Do you have that, Mr. Denny?
I do, yes.
And just looking at that, one can see certainly looking at this wireline, it would appear to me, and tell me if you think otherwise, that all the blade lengths on the consented Limekiln appear to be the same length. But that's something we're going to check over lunch, I think.
Yes, I wouldn't want to do that without checking it.
But just want to compare and contrast this with the S&H guidance in CD 5.14, which you can turn up if you want to. I'm going to go first to paragraph 328, but I'll read it out for those who don't want to have both documents open.
So when you mean the S&H guidance, do you mean siting and designing wind farms in the landscape?
Yeah, CD
Yes.
14.
And the paragraph, the reference is
3.28 on electronic page 19 out of 50. And they say in the third line, it's important that wind turbines possess a simple visual relationship to this feature, which is the skyline, avoiding variable height and spacing, the overlapping of turbines or blade tips intimately breaking the skyline. Turbines 2 and 9 materially, if not significantly, extend the wind farm to the left as one is looking at the wireline, do they not?
well, as a matter of fact, they do, because they are part of an extension. It's sort of in the name. Limekiln extension is an extension to Limekiln 2, and clearly, therefore, there will always be some viewpoints in the landscape in which the extension is seen to be extending Limekiln 2. But as is accepted by Highland Council and by Dr. Wimble, in all viewpoints, it reads as a single wind farm. So it is an extension, and therefore there will be some views in which it extends the extent of the wind farm, but it always reads as a single wind farm, and as it does.
And now, I accept that, and indeed that's our case, but I think hopefully you would accept from me that something reading as a single wind farm can cut both ways, in this sense that if the design, scale, rotation speed are different, then that can present a jarring effect if there's a disparity in those factors. This jarring effect may not be so apparent if they read as separate wind.
Well,
It's just a general matter of principle.
in some regards, I would say that is correct, but in other regards, not. It's not that simple. It's not that black and white. Wind turbines in a landscape have to be looked at in the context of the landscape they're in and their specific relationships. And generic design guidance may be useful to help guide a design process, so you can consider the things that have been saying in that guidance. But you actually have to look at the specifics. And in many cases, larger turbines situated alongside turbines of lower tip height can in many cases just appear as though they're part of the same wind farm, but just closer to you. It doesn't have to be that they have the jarring effect that you're putting to me. And I don't think that is the case here. Because they read as a single wind farm, in fact, in the viewpoint we're looking at, the perception is that the extension turbines are closer to you and the other turbines are further away.
Well, we can agree to disagree about that, but I'd also suggest to you that it also introduces variable heights, spacing, and further overlapping to this viewpoint. No doubt justifying, I think, your Dr. Wimble's view that there is a significant impact from the extension.
Well, bear in mind, of course, that we're looking at the wire line without the forestry, but nonetheless, I don't accept your premise. I actually think that the design that we've come up with for this extension, in terms of accepting what an extension does to a wind farm, an extension isn't turbines sitting inside or within an existing permitted wind farm, but it's extending it in one direction or another. But here, the extension has been appropriately sited on exactly the right side and the right part of this wind farm to minimise its impacts on the landscape. And through the design iteration, has been designed not only to minimise those impacts, but also to sit well and read well in design terms with the existing wind farm. I think it's been well done and will appear as a single harmonious wind farm in the landscape, which was the intention.
Well, I know that was your intention, but we disagree with that. My last question before lunch is if you turn to paragraph 416 in the same document, Lighting and Design, electronic page 33.
Just get rid of the... Apologies, I was just getting rid of that large document. Reference again in Lighting and Designing.
Paragraph 416, electronic page 33, internal page 32.
Yes, wind farm extensions.
Yeah, design objectives and principles should echo those picking up in the third line. Those are the original wind farm. Extensions should use turbines which are compatible with those in existing wind farm, including aspects of scale, form, colour, and rotation speed. That's not the case with this proposal, is it?
Well, I think considering that we're looking here to deploy the larger topography turbines and not merely replicate that of an earlier scheme, then I think it does. I think we have taken those matters into account. We have taken into account scale, form, rotation speed in our consideration of going through the design iterations.
Well, I can comment on where we see that in the EIAR or not, as the case may be. My final question on this is just to note, if you turn over to the next page, the photo montage, either the focal length of 50 or 55 mil, which Highland Council would suggest gives you the more true to life view. The background sky, these are old photographs I know as well, but it is dark and the sun is in such a position that it is certainly not showing a worst case basis, is it, for the visibility of the turbines?
Well, you can reference that not only through the visualization but through the wireframes, and that's why we have the wireframes.
Yeah, no, I'm really pointing that out, Mr. Denny, not to, we can see what they are, but that's something to bear in mind when considering those photo montages, that they're doing their best to get clear blue sky in every case, but that with a slightly dark cloud behind them, it is not the clearest photograph, is it?
Yes, although you do have to consider that turbines in a wind farm will be appreciated in a wide range of conditions, and very rarely will it be in that perfect worst case scenario in any event. We always try to replicate a worst case scenario, but the turbines will be seen in all conditions.
And that would be a convenient moment. I should be 20 minutes at most, I would hope, within my 2-hour estimate.
Sorry, Mr. Fridley, did you say that? I was having trouble with my mouse. Did you
So
say?
I said that, would that be a convenient moment to break for lunch? I've got about another 15 to 20 minutes.
I thought that's what you said. Yeah, I'm quite happy to break here if you like. Is everyone content with that? Thumbs up if yes. Yep. Okay. Shall we say meet back here at 20 to 1? 20 to 2. I'm needing better glasses. Does that suit? 20 to 2? Yeah, it's a kind of just over 40 minutes for lunch. People happy with that, or do they need a little bit longer? Yeah, thumbs up. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. And we'll continue after lunch. Okay, I make it 1:40. Do we have Mr. Denny with us?
Sorry, I tried to unmute myself. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Denny's about to rejoin. He's been doing Mr. Finley's homework and I think has got the answers to his questions.
That's lovely. I was going to address that point first. Give him a minute or two to rejoin.
Could I just advise you, ma'am, that Mrs. Bundy has managed to make a connection?
Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. She's not showing up on my. Oh no, she is. She's now showing up on my screen. That's good. While we're waiting on Mr. Denny, I think we're making fair progress with this morning's session. I'd like to review the timings once we've finished the re-examination. If it's at all possible, we might like to hear evidence in chief from Mr. Wimble. Is he available this afternoon? Yeah.
Yes, he is, and if if we make even better progress, and I don't mind too much in this particular instance if he's under cross-examination overnight, in order to make progress.
That's very much appreciated. Thanks very much, Mr. Finlay.
Something we've discussed. I must say I missed when you were intending to stop this afternoon. Was it?
We had left it fairly fluid. The pre-examination meetings, we had said that we recognise that there's need for slightly shorter days when procedures are virtual, but given that we have sort of lost a day off the end of our potential time frames. We were trying to keep things as tight as possible so we don't have an overrun. So Mr. Jackman and myself are quite happy to go until 4:30ish or thereabouts, or a bit later if that suited parties.
Certainly. I think we're making good progress anyway, but we'll see where.
Okay, if we can recommence, first of all, I would just like to ask Mr. Denny before we proceed with the cross-examination. Did you manage to get an answer to the question from Mr. Findlay about whether or not the visualisations can be taken as representative? It's important for myself and Mr. Jackman when we do go out on site to know that what we're looking at, it gives us a fair representation of what would happen in the ground.
Let Christine have no sound again. She can come and get me back on the sound. Well, I can't hear anybody else.
Hello, Mr. Denny, could you hear me? Are you on mute?
I can't hear anybody else.
Give it a minute or two.
Just test to see if people can hear you.
Can people hear me now? Sorry, I got logged out of the
Yes.
session.
Yes, Mr. Denny. I presume you couldn't hear me.
I couldn't hear anything at all just now, and I would have been logged out. Apologies.
It's okay. You didn't miss very much. We had a quick chat about where we are with timings, and then basically I just wanted to reopen the inquiry session this afternoon with the question of, did you manage to get an answer to Mr. Findlay's question? It is important for Mr. Jackman and myself when we do go out on site to know whether or not the visualisations that have been prepared, particularly in relation to viewpoint 4, of whether or not these are likely to be an accurate representation of what we would see in reality.
The answer to both questions is yes. I couldn't find the information in the inquiry documentation, but I do have the information that we were provided by the developer in order to be able to generate the visualizations, and the information that they've been generated on is for the 126-meter turbine. The rotor is 82.8, and the length of the blade is 41.4 meters. And for the 139, the rotor is 81.2 meters, and the length is 40.6. And so that's based on the information we were given, which is basically the information that the Limekiln 2 visualizations were also generated on the basis of those heights. So we've replicated that.
Okay, I'll let Mr. Findlay take it from there in terms of whether or not you're satisfied that that answers your questions. I'll recommence the cross-examination from this point. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Mr. Denny. I think that does so that, just so that I've essentially the rotor blade length is in the order of about 41 meters for both, 41.4 for one and 40.6 for the other, and the contrast is with 56.5 for the extension turbines. No? I see
The Limekiln extension is rotor 117 because it's the V117. Yeah. And the blade length is 58.5.
58. And so the contrast I should be making is 58.5 with 41.4 or 40.6. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I think that is the order which I was working to, Dr. Wimble was working to. So that's very helpful. It's certainly, and so just the last point in that, whilst the rotor lengths and the blade lengths for the 126 and the 139 are marginally different. They are only very marginally different.
Yes, and you will actually also note that the blade length on the 139 is fractionally shorter than the blade length on the 126, and that I'm no expert in this, but that will be because of the turbine that is available on the market.
Yeah, no, I understand that. That's very helpful, and that's what we can base our submissions on. Thank you. Over lunch, I narrowed down, and I've only got one issue to ask you about, and that's because you've covered a number of points with other viewpoints with Mr. Trinick. That is the Bribster Forest path. Now, we can see that on your very useful inquiry plan, 10.8, CD 10.8. And the only, one of the small emissions on this plan is also viewpoint 18 is not in fact shown, but it's at the southern end of the westerly loch Tormail.
Yes, the smaller of the loch Tormail, which has the 01 on it on this plan, it's just below the kink in the core path, sitting below that smaller loch.
Yeah, and if we go back then to look at your assessment of viewpoint 18, it's at Appendix 9E, so that's CD 1.5 again. Appendix 9E, and that's page 30 in the appendices.
Yes.
And we can see in, just to take it swiftly, 15.5 sensitivity of receptors is high, 15.9 is a high magnitude of change, and the combined magnet, that's on the development, combined magnitude is high, and you have a major level of effect in 15.11.
Yes, that's correct.
So, and then it may be worth just looking at the visualizations for viewpoint 18. So that's CD 1.4, I'm interpreting correctly. Whilst certainly in my page, just in case it's confused anyone else, the location is correctly annotated viewpoint 18, but in fact the visualizations, the photo montages are annotated viewpoint 70, describes the forest core path.
I've got the viewpoint 18 visualization in front of me.
And again, if we go to the wire line, and then one can see how that compares with the photograph above, we can see the extent to which those turbines will be visible. So that we can put Appendix 9 away and take up the chapter from the CD 1.2, Chapter 9. And you deal with the full path at 9.10.77.
Yes.
And at 9.10.78, you tell us that the overall sensitive receptors using the path is medium. Now, I don't understand how they can be medium when the same people at viewpoint 18 have a high sensitivity.
It's back to this point of being focused on the landscape and the visual amenity. When you're walking along the great majority of this core path, you're walking in commercial forestry. You're walking on a commercial forestry track. In fact, recently it's even had new harsh gravel put down to form passing areas and so forth. So it's very much the experience of walking within a commercial forest, and your views and the visual amenity is limited to narrow and contained views of commercial forestry along the forestry tracks, which contrasts significantly to the opening up of the view at viewpoint 18, where both visual amenity and a focus on the landscape come back into play. And so the viewpoint assessment was really just trying to be fair and saying, well, at that point, with the attractive view across the loch, you will be a high sensitivity receptor. But it seemed reasonable that for somebody walking generally in a commercial forest with narrow or no views other than of commercial forestry, the sensitivity should be at medium. But I would say that even if Mr. Wimble is correct, and it should be high sensitivity throughout if he took that position, then in all those places still on the core path where you would then attribute that high sensitivity, you wouldn't have views, and therefore the magnitude of change would be 0, and therefore you still wouldn't have a significant effect whichever way you cut it. So,
and in terms of the impact on that core path, Dr. Wimble set out his views on the what can be seen from where, from paragraph 6. So it's in his report, which is PD 11.2, paragraph 6144 to 6150, and using photographs within his report. Are there any factual inaccuracies in there that you would wish to take issue with?
well, only in that, I mean, I'm not saying it's a factual inaccuracy, but for my own walking of all of those core paths and my experience of walking them, I think the extent and the time to which you would have these partial or glimpsed views of the turbines is slightly overstated. I certainly didn't assess it as that, although the EIA does quite correctly acknowledge that there are limited opportunities for views, i.e. not no opportunities for views, but the greater part of the experience of walking along the full extent of those core paths is that you can't see the turbines.
I understand that my picture's disappeared. I hope you can still hear me.
Yes, it's buffering on my screen.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why that is, but I've done nothing to my computer but wonders of science. Then, well, I can leave that for the reporters to deal with on their own site visit. The last matter I wanted to ask you about was if you could take your report, so CD 10.1, and I want to put 2 paragraphs to you. The first is paragraph 338 on page 15. And here you're looking at Limekiln 2A, and you say in the 5th line, it is the applicant's view that the Limekiln extension would result in a significant effect on local landscape character in its own right, due to the turbines no longer appearing larger in scale than those of Limekiln 2 consented development. That is, i.e. if the turbines were all the same. Right, so they wouldn't appear larger in scale. And then if you turn to 417, if you pick it up about 8 lines down, there's a sentence beginning 2 words in, for the most part. You have that?
Yes.
For the most part, the reason Limekiln extension turbines appear taller than Limekiln 2 in views from shed tour is because they would be closer to the viewer, not because of the scale difference. The turbines in the Limekiln extension will still appear taller, even if the turbine heights were the same.
Because they are physically closer to you.
But if we go back to 338, you appear to be saying they wouldn't appear taller or appear larger in scale if they're of the same height.
And that's more a point of, and this is one of the complexities that I know annoys local people about LVIA and so on, is when you put something different in the baseline, you're measuring a difference in change against that baseline. So as the baseline changes to have 2A in it, then the Limekiln extension turbines kind of in effect recede into that and have less of an impact in their own right against a changed baseline, is really what that's saying.
Yeah, but that's as I understood it, but that does, and I still think it does appear at odds with the sentiment you're expressing in the paragraph 417, which I've just read out.
I don't think there is a conflict there, because what we're doing, and I know, as I say, it's each time you have to imagine that the thing that hasn't yet been built is put into the baseline and exists, and you're measuring the change of the extension back against that baseline. So the more you change the baseline conditions, you change your perception of the impact of the application scheme.
Well, I hear what you say, Mr. Denny. I leave it to the reporters as to whether they're convinced one or the other. Thank you. Those are all the questions that I had.
Thank you very much.
Apologies for the delay. I don't have a mouse pad, so my mouse is not playing up at the moment. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Finlay and Mr. Denny. Both myself and Mr. Jackman do have some questions for you. Oh, Mr. Campbell, sorry. Before I move on, sorry, I've got my order mixed up. I should have put my notes away. Mr. Campbell, do you have any questions for this witness?
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. Afternoon, Mr. Denny.
Apologies, Mr. Campbell, but I can't hear you.
You mean you can't hear me at all, or?
I'm now hearing you very quietly. I'll have to lean into my computer. Apologies if I look like I'm sort of...
Same here, Mr. Campbell. It's the same as it was this morning. Could I maybe just check everyone else has got their mics on mute?
I've got everything tuned up to the maximum, so you should be able to hear me all right.
Very quiet. I'll have to concentrate very hard on what you say.
Sure, you would do that anyway, Mr. Denny.
Yeah, I will, but it'll be sort of partially lip reading, I think.
I think the only thing I can do is just bear with me for a second, ma'am, please.
Yeah, I think it might help if you use your headphones and your mic again, Mr. Campbell.
Is that any better?
It's much better.
Considerably.
Good. Well, we'll try that, see how it works. Mr. Denny, I'm interested in what in many of the questions that Mr. Finlay has asked you, and I'm not going to repeat them. I wonder, though, if I might ask you some questions about what we've come to call Limekiln 2A. I think I'm right in thinking that a scoping application was made for a height extension to Limekiln 2 in March 2021. Is that correct?
The date I can't confirm for you, but it sounds correct to me. But yes, there was There has been scoping in relation to Limekiln 2A.
And you were part of that process, weren't you?
No,
Was your firm part of that process?
no.
Were you consulted about it at all?
No, I'm not appointed to Limekiln 2A. I merely have the information from Limekiln 2A necessary to carry out the assessments in relation to this extension application.
So you have the information in relation to the production of your additional inquiry, your additional information report.
Yes, that is that a candidate turbine and the increased tip height to 149.9. Yes.
Yeah, and we know the locations of the turbines because they already have consent.
Yes.
And we know the proposed height of the turbines and the sizes of the blades.
We know what the Limekiln 2A application will comprise. Yes.
Does any part of your evidence for this inquiry provide an environmental impact assessment of the combination of Limekiln 2A with the proposal now at examination? That's to say, the Limekiln extension.
The LVIA had carried out additional information to provide information to update the cumulative assessment in relation to a baseline that would include Limekiln 2A, and that's my role. But beyond that, it goes beyond my remit.
So do I look for that in the additional information report or in your inquiry report?
Well, my inquiry report summarises very briefly that, but the additional information provides the cumulative update.
Okay. Could we go therefore to paragraph 9.1 of the additional information, please?
Is that the AI written text?
Yes. It's on electronic page 21.
Yes.
You got it?
I have, yes.
Forgive me not looking you in the eye, Mr. Denny. I'm trying to work on two screens and
Yes.
I can't look at you at the same time. You say in 9.1, this section considers the effects of the extension on landscape and visual receptors in the context of the potential change to the consented development. Now, in the context of, what does that mean?
Well, we've measured the effects within the cumulative assessment and the combined effect between Limekiln extension and the consented development. And then to provide further information, we've looked at whether there would be any changes to the assessed position between the extension and the Limekiln 2 in terms of the in combination effects were the Limekiln 2A to come about. i.e., does it bring about additional significant effects in relation to the extension over and above those which have been assessed for the extension and Limekiln 2? Because remember, this assessment is about the extension.
Yes, indeed, but it's not only about the extension, is it? Because the cumulative effects of the extension with Limekiln 2A have to be considered as part of the relevant material.
Well, we have considered where Limekiln 2A would change the cumulative position or the in combination position with Limekiln extension. That's what the AI has done.
I see. So your position is that if we're to find a cumulative assessment of Limekiln 2A with the extension, we find it here in the AI.
That was the purposes of the AI, was to update the cumulative impact assessment wherever it differed. But it does say that the assessment of cumulative impact that's already been carried out and the AI need to be read in conjunction, and the AI is looking to see where the position will have changed.
Yeah. By beginning with the extension and then looking to see if any change comes from Limekiln 2A. To
the significant effects identified, yes.
Yeah. Can I look, just to cut to the chase, can I go to 9.13, please, in this document? And what I see there is an increase or a reporting of an increase in combined significant effects to encompass part of LCT 140, LCT 134.2, and that part of LCT 143 to the north of the LCT towards Upper Dounreay, Achrimi and Bridge of Forth.
Yes, that's correct.
So is that a summary of the differences which the combination of 2A with the extension will bring about, in your opinion?
Well, it tells you where the combined significant effects would increase in those areas, yes.
So is that the question was, is that a summary of the differences?
It is a summary of that increased position, yes.
Okay, thank you. At 9:14, you move on to visual issues, and at 9:15, you record that there would have been significant effects at viewpoints 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 14, 15, and 18, and with the additional scale of Limekiln 2A, you add viewpoint 6. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes, it is. That's what's set out there at 9:15.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 viewpoints where the combination would generate a significant visual impact.
Yes, because we're now looking at a in combination effect with a larger Limekiln 2 scheme, i.e. Limekiln 2A, with the extension. So that really that follows.
Yeah, and that's half of the viewpoints, isn't it?
It was half of the ones that's selected for the extension. Of course, these are the extension viewpoints, but yes.
Well, I'm sorry, I should have asked you a better question. Half of the selected viewpoints agreed between you and the planning authority.
Yes, for the assessment of Limekiln extension, yes.
Now, where do I find in this document an expression of your professional judgment about the degree of significance overall, which we see from the combination of 2A and the extension?
What you see is what you've just put to me, which is we have looked at where we think there would be an increase in the significant effects over and above those assessed for Limekiln 2A and the extension. And that's what you've just, those paragraphs that you've just taken me to.
All right. Can I then go to your, again, just to take these matters as quickly as I can I go to your inquiry report, please? And just bear with me a second. Ask you some questions about one or two of the some of the language that you use there. First of all, 1.10. Excuse me. I think Mr. Finlay took you briefly to this paragraph. With regard to the findings, you say, Mr. Denny considers that whilst there would be some significant landscape and visual effects, these should be considered as part of a wider planning balance exercise. Are you prepared to say which side of the balance they should be put in?
It's not for me, the planning balance, and for the reporter, I can tell you what I mean when I say that, and I do apologise if the language I'm using is confusing.
No, don't apologise. I'm not asking you to apologise. I'm trying to find out what you mean.
I consider, and because I know, because I've seen it from assessments by the Scottish Government and by many reporters, that a significant effect is not necessarily of itself an unacceptable effect. So all I'm really saying there is, although there may be significant effects identified, those significant effects need to be considered in the planning balance. Simple as that. But it's not for me to do the planning balance.
It's for you to say whether you think they're adverse, neutral, or beneficial. Significant additional effects, is it not?
I think it's accepted in, this is a moot point, but it's accepted in EIA and LVIA generally that all effects are adverse unless expressly stated otherwise. Now, a lot of people argue that that's not correct and we should adopt a different process, but we always adopt the process by which all impacts are adverse unless we expressly state otherwise.
Well, perhaps you mean all significant effects are adverse, do you?
Well, no, all effects are adverse. Some of them are significant.
Well, we can. This is a semantic runaround, Mr. Denny. You're saying there would be some significant landscape and visual effects, and I've taken you to some of them. These should be considered as part of the wider planning balance. We're all supposed to be here to help the reporters. Where would you put those significant effects in the planning balance? Or do you just decline to do so?
Well, the significant effects are taken forward into the planning balance by Mr. Bell. It isn't for me to engage in that planning balance. I don't have the skills or the judgment or the knowledge to make that balance. I can inform, try to assist the reporter in relation to what are the landscape and visual effects, and which of them do I consider in my professional judgment to be significant. And then they are carried forward by others in that decision-making process, but not by me.
So that's the reason. Sorry, that's the reference in the last sentence, is it?
Yes.
You're talking about Mr. Bell's submissions.
Yes. And indeed, the planning balance will quite clearly be undertaken by the reporters.
Could you move on to 213, please? I'd like you to explain the first sentence in 213. You say there's not a specific hub height which is being applied for, and therefore
as far as I am informed, and this is information that I'm provided.
May I finish the question?
Sorry.
You say there it is acknowledged there's not a specific hub height which is being applied for, and therefore there is the potential for a range. Now, has your knowledge on that matter improved since you wrote this?
Well, the assessment's been done on the basis of the V117 candidate turbine.
Yeah.
But as set out in my evidence, and we have to do this all the time because applications now are applications for turbines up to a blade tip, and therefore there could be a variation in hub height blade tip if a different candidate turbine were used. So I've been through that earlier, so I won't rehearse it again as to how we carry out the assessment. But the application is based on the V117. It does have a specific hub height and does have a specific blade length. Mm-hmm. So that's what we've done by way of assessing the development against a candidate turbine, because we have to have one to put in the visualizations. But then when making judgments, bearing in mind that there may be within that parameter of the overall height, which can't be extended, there could be a variation in blade length and hub height if a different candidate turbine were used.
If it's a candidate turbine, by definition.
Sorry, if a different turbine became the preferred turbine.
Yeah. So in theory, but not for today's evidence, the height of the hub could vary along with the size of the blades.
Well, if the V117 wasn't used and a different turbine was used, there is the possibility of that, which is why the LVIA says, in coming to my judgments, I bear that in mind. And I've done it particularly in other, I think you and I have discussed this before, where I'm particularly cognizant of this is if I know that a hub is just below a ridge and can't be seen, I might acknowledge that it might be seen if a different hub height were used, for example. So just try to be cognizant of it, but the majority of the assessment is based against the candidate turbine, with just bearing in mind that there may be differences.
All right, thank you. And just for completeness, or I think you made this pretty clear, at 216, in particular, landscape and visual matters were considered in relation to the design of the proposed extension. when you talk about landscape and visual matters there, do you include cumulative assessment with Limekiln 2 or with Limekiln 2A?
More than that, I also would, because I came out and looked at the whole of the landscape, I would also have inputted my thoughts on the relationship between the extension and any layout of turbines and Bailey, for example. In giving my advice in the design iteration, I have to look at the whole picture.
I had the impression that for you that was pretty well a mental process which you carry out on site rather than a process of calculation and measurement.
Yes, it is. I mean, I'm much more interested in what the effect something will have rather than getting a ruler out on a plan.
Sure. Turn to 218, would you? Just help me understand what you mean here. You say the extension had sought to appropriately minimize any new landscape and visual impact. Minimizing the harms does not mean to make minimal, as this would not achieve an appropriate balance. I'd like to better understand what you mean by that.
Yes, I did touch on this earlier.
I know, but I didn't understand your answer either.
I know that when, as a landscape architect, if somebody just gives me a brief that says, Mr. Denny, here's a potential layout of turbines that we're considering taking into planning. Can you minimize the landscape and visual effects of these turbines? I said, fine, I could do that because it would just be either no turbines or one turbine of 50 meters in height that's hidden behind that forestry. And that look, I've minimized the landscape and visual effects, but of course that's just a ridiculous process. I know my role is to provide guidance and information to a team which is looking at a range of issues to seek to achieve the best balance within a scheme, which minimizes the landscape and visual effects, but achieves that appropriate balance. That's my role in the design team.
But you go further and you say it was considered, and I assume that's by you, that the proposals achieved a balance where the benefits were able to outweigh the harms.
Well, that's come from the design team rather than from me personally.
Well, I'm sorry, what benefits are you talking about?
Well, the benefits will be the generation of renewable energy, but that's not a landscape and visual input from me. That's other members of the team discussing and advising me when we're in the design process.
Would you agree with me that whoever expressed that view is really comparing apples with pears and not comparing one apple with another? Somebody is inputting the likely generation capacity of this extension with its landscape impact, which you've acknowledged is fairly widespread, one has to say.
No, it's a more holistic thing than that, because in the design process, on the one hand, you are trying to develop a wind farm extension, which is appropriate, logical, viable, worth, as I said earlier, if you're going to put some more turbines, they're going to have various harms, and you've got to decide that the generation is worth doing that. But that's not for me to consider. That's for others to input. But it's all the other things: cultural heritage, noise, shadow, flicker, all those matters in the round are debated and come into the design team and iteration process, of which I input my landscape and visual component.
Well, I get that, but it isn't what it says here. 218 is in a chapter headed Design Evolution, and it's written by you, and it's an inquiry report which you have prepared, or your company has prepared, no doubt, with your colleagues. And you, in this last sentence, you're setting on opposite sides of a balance benefits which you don't identify and the proposals as they have evolved. So again, I go back to my apples and pears, which is rather a weak analogy, I know, but don't you see that these are the process you're articulating here is one of the comparison of features which are not the same type of feature at all?
No, that's probably a misunderstanding. And what I'm really saying here is that the design iteration process overall seeks to try and achieve the appropriate balance. And that's what I'm saying we considered that we had achieved here. We thought, after we've been through all the machinations and I'd looked at all of my stuff in detail, and others had looked at their stuff in detail, and we talked and we'd argued and we'd moved turbines around for hours on end and looked at the implications of them. It was considered by the design team that when we got to this layout, we had achieved that appropriate balance, and this would be the right scheme to take into planning.
I see it says it was considered, but you haven't told us, and Mr. Finlay took you to this point, you haven't told us what the benchmark, the yardstick of appropriateness is.
Well, I don't have that.
It sounds like a hunch. It sounds like a hunch.
Well, it's not a hunch. It's the combined professional experience of a lot of people with considerable experience in wind energy, from the technical aspects of people. I mean, we even have specialists who will tell us that if I move a turbine 17 meters to the left, it drops down the contours by X, we reduce the landscape and visual effect by a negligible or even imperceptible amount. But they'll say, Brian, do you realize you've just reduced the generation capacity by 23%? Is that worth doing to reduce the landscape effect by a totally negligible amount, and so on? All those conversations happen in the design iteration process from a very wide range of technical specialists.
Well, I would like to understand, and I feel certain the reporters would like to understand, what makes it worth doing. The qualitative assessment of what you are about here is a combination of a number of people's work. It happens to appear in your inquiry report, but we are none the wiser as to what the yardstick is that you apply to reach your conclusion.
Well, no, because I don't reach that conclusion. I'm not the arbiter, ultimately.
I don't think you can abdicate responsibility like that if you're the author of the report, presenting it to the inquiry. You can't suddenly say, it wasn't me, Gov.
No, I'm saying...
Could I intervene, please? I think we've kind of gone over this point earlier today with Mr. Finlay.
All right.
Mr. Denny has explained that he's reached conclusions taking into account the various pressures and requirements of the applicant. However, in the overall scheme of things, the decision maker is the person who applies the planning balance. Would that be correct?
Yes, but we haven't got to the decision maker yet, ma'am. I absolutely agree with it. It is correct. But Mr. Denny's language is Mr. Denny's language, and I'd like to understand it. However, I'll take the hint and move on. Could you turn in the same document, please, to 311? I just have 3 or 4 more points to raise on this document. 311 is on page 9.
Yes, I have that.
Have you heard? The significant effects on LCT 134 would extend to approximately 2.4 kilometers to the southeast of turbine 2. Could you tell me where 2.4 kilometers comes from?
That's measured out. That's measured out to the area where we assessed that those significant effects would go to, which is that sort of line. It's that area that really goes from the south of Isolt through to the area around the hill of Shebster, up to Yellow Moss, and then around to Bailey Hill. And it's a dimension, closest dimension that area which we identified in the LVIA for the significant effects came from. So, for example, the area across to Bailey Hill is a greater distance. It's the shorter distance over towards where it was identified those significant effects would arise in the direction of the line between Isolt and around to the hill of Shebster, as described in the LVIA.
On the inquiry plan, then, is that it's not the black line, is it? Because that's the LCT line.
Yeah, I mean, there's no defined line for the extent of character effects, and we don't do. I wondered
if it was governed by topography or simply visual extent. Is that a reasonable distance?
It's a combination of distance, topography, and the impact that the turbines would have on the character and characteristics of the receiving landscape. So as you move further away from the turbines, their influence on the character and characteristics of a receiving landscape changes and diminishes. Now, the turbines would still be visible from parts of the landscape beyond that, but the effects would no longer be significant.
If I may say so, Mr. Denny, that's obvious.
Yes.
But I want to know where the 2.4 comes from. I still don't understand your answer.
It's a distance given out to the area, the extent of the area, the nearest point of the extent of the area that was defined for where the limit of the significant effects were, where we had judged the change to happen from significant to non-significant. Right.
Defined by yourselves then?
Defined by the LVIA assessment, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. That's back to that matter of judgment about at what point do the effects we've identified cease to be significant.
Yeah.
And that's a judgment in relation to that.
But it's not 2.3 and it's not 2.5 or 2.7 or 2.8 or greater. It's expressly 2.4, 2,400 meters. I'm not sure I understand where.
Well, that's why we don't. That's why in assessing effects on character, we don't put a line on a plan, because you would quite rightly put it to me that if I drew a line on a plan and said if you step 1 meter to the west of this plan, the effects are significant. If you step 1 meter to the right of this plan, of this line, the effects are not significant. We know there's a gradual blurring or gradation across the landscape of significant effects, but we have to define for the purposes of EIA the extent to which we think they will go, and that's what we've done appropriately. But yes, there's of course there's a blurring, but that 2.4 is the closest distance across towards the hill of Shepster, which is a landfall, where we have defined those effects.
Yeah, you see, you have drawn a line on a plan, haven't you? You've invited us to ignore anything beyond 2.4 kilometers, a very precise measurement.
No,
you've not said this varies from viewer to viewer. I'm 6'4". Somebody else might be 5'8". Somebody else might be smaller and have a different perception of the landscape. You know, it's quite easy to understand that it's not a finite line, but you have made it a finite line.
Well, I have to give an indication to help people as to where we have set where in our professional judgment, having carried out detailed assessment in the landscape, where the significant effects lie, and it's a guide to say, well, they lie in approximately 2.4 meters, closest point. Sorry, the furthest point from the nearest turbine. But the text of the assessment sets that out in detail.
Yes, I know it does. I don't want to waste time by going over the text of the LVIA again. I simply wanted to find out where this number comes from. I think I have your answer, though. I'm quite happy with that. Could you turn in the same document to 331? This is headed cumulative effects. I read it a number of times. I think that it refers only to the cumulative effect of the Limekiln extension with Limekiln 2, the consented project. Am I correct?
Yes, 2A is not referenced in there.
Thank you very much. Right. In your answers to, I think, the learned friend Mr. Trinick earlier on today, in answer to some questions about NC 500, the NC 500, you described Dounreay as detracting from and characterizing the landscape. I wonder what you mean by that.
Well, if you're doing a landscape character assessment of the landscape around the location of Dounreay, it would be the most dominant and prominent key characteristic of that landscape, not just the buildings, but the other infrastructure associated with it, the very extensive car park, the access roads. All of those features would be major characteristics in defining the character of that area of the landscape and would be key characteristics within it.
All right, I can take a view about that. I'm sorry, I've missed something out and I need to go back to chapter 9 of the environmental statement. If I could ask you please to find that document and go to electronic page 108, paragraph 9.11.26.
Yes, I've turned that up.
Thank you. 9.11.26. Therefore, reading the second sentence, the only additional impact would relate to the introduction of 5 further turbines to supplement the 42 which have already been deemed acceptable. In this context, and this is the sentence I want to ask you about, it is recognized that the overall combined effect of wind energy on this part of LCT 134 would increase and would be significant. However, the effect would not be such as to prevent the underlying primary characteristics of the LCT being appreciable and understood. Being appreciable and understood, you can understand and appreciate underlying landscape, whether it has turbines on it or not, can't you?
Well, it can be difficult. What this is really saying is do I feel that even notwithstanding the level of wind energy development, have they become the dominant characteristics of the landscape, so that other characteristics of the landscape are subsumed by them? Or is it that the prevailing character of the landscape prevails, albeit that turbines are a major component of the character of that landscape?
Could I ask you to think about a couple of examples? On the way to Thurso, you passed by Kazimir on the left on the A9. Now, the Kazimir has a number of turbines. It was an early project, but it's perfectly easy to see, isn't it, with the project in place, that it sits on the edge of the flow country, that it's not part of the mountain backdrop, and that it is surrounded by what is essentially a flat landscape. You can see and appreciate that there, despite the presence of the turbines, can you not?
You can, but your appreciation of the underlying landscape is coloured by the fact that the turbines themselves are dominant in your appreciation of that. If you're describing that landscape, the first thing that you would describe would be turbines. At that point that you're putting to me, if you're that close and in that location.
Well, I would ask you to understand that possibly that's not the case. If you were describing that landscape, you might describe the vast expanse of the flows, and then come to describe the turbines in a limited location. Think about somewhere else. Think about the Moy wind farm, which is on the off the A9 as you travel south to the left. You can't see all of it, and indeed you can't see all of the turbines, but you can quite easily see that this is a mountainous, rugged landscape into which wind farms have been fitted. Whatever you think of the development, it doesn't detract from your understanding of the mountainous landscape, does it?
Well, I can't engage with you on that, because although I have obviously been past that landscape on several occasions, I haven't been there sufficiently recently to have a mental picture in my mind, I'm afraid.
All right. Well, one more attempt. You've been to Paul's Hill, I think.
Yes, on many occasions.
Yes, and you've been to Rothes and Glashgar in Morayshire. It's quite easy to see, isn't it, whether the turbines are built or projected, what kind of countryside that is.
Yes, but the point that we were talking about, and it was the point that was talked about both at the Rothers inquiry and at the Paul's Hill inquiry. And indeed, the reporter asked questions specifically about it as to which is the point at which you are in a landscape that you can see and appreciate and understand, and its primary characteristics still remain, and therefore you're in a landscape with wind farms. Wind farms are a characteristic of that landscape, they're visible, but you're in a landscape with wind farms and its underlying characteristics still prevail. And at which point do you get to a point where the effect of the turbines on character is so great, because they have become the dominant and defining characteristic of the landscape, that they start to subsume the other characteristics of the landscape, and that's when we term it a wind farm landscape. And that debate was had both at Rothers and at Paul's Hill.
Well, it's a debate we've seen often enough, but actually it's a bogus debate, isn't it? Because the landscape is the same, whether it's got turbines on it or not. You can see that Rothers 3 and Glashgar would be built along a ridge. You can picture it with turbines. It's still a ridge.
But your appreciation of that ridge differs depending on whether the turbines are a minor element of a very substantial ridge and substantial landscape, or whether the turbines have become such a dominant characteristic of that it in effect deflects your attention from other aspects of the landscape's character, and the character becomes almost completely defined by your focus on the turbines.
You are bound to say, aren't you, in a case of this kind, that the addition of the Limekiln extension will not detract from the understanding of the surrounding landscape. Otherwise, your case would be empty. If you were to acknowledge that that was not the case, you would have no case, would you?
Well, but also, of course, if that had been my view, I would have voiced it in the design iteration, and we'd have ironed that out through the design iteration. So we got to a point where that didn't occur. That goes back to my input into a design iteration of a scheme. If I think that a scheme that's been put forward by a client, and I have advised on this recently in some feasibility studies I'm doing, where I have said, well, the scale and size of these turbines is subsuming the local landscape character. It's inappropriate for this landscape and its scale, and I'll advise accordingly. So you're right in one sense that if we get to the position where we are now, the application has gone in, we're at this inquiry. If I had had that opinion, it would have been voiced earlier and things would have been changed.
I completely understand that. What then tips the balance one way or the other, in your opinion? Is it just a matter of professional judgment?
Well, it's a matter of detailed assessment and understanding of the landscape, the locality, the context, the manner in which the turbines would be seen, from where, the sensitivity of the receptors, and bringing all of that together to decide whether you feel that this appropriate balance in terms of the scheme has been met, or whether it has any of these undesirable consequences that you and I have been discussing. And I think with this scheme, it doesn't have those undesirable consequences because we've been through that process.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Denny. I'm grateful. Much obliged to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no more questions just now.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Okay. Mr. Denny, do you require a quick break? Are you happy to take questions from myself and Mr. Jack?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Some of the questions I had have already been asked and answered in evidence. In terms of landscape impacts, if turbines are located within one landscape character type but close to another, i.e. at a transitional location, does that reduce or increase the magnitude of any landscape effects overall?
It depends on the relationship and the context of the two landscapes. So if the turbines are in an upland landscape and they're quite clearly seen by somebody in an adjoining landscape, say the settled Caithness farmland, and you can see that they're up there and they're in that landscape, that may have one set of influences on your perception of character and impacts on the landscape. If they're seen to be coming into the landscape that you're in, they're in a transitional zone, they're coming down into the settled farmland. Say some of the turbines weren't in the forestry, for example, in this case, but they were lower down on slopes with no forestry, where they would seem to be sitting almost immediately in the landscape that you are in, then that would change your perception of how they were impacting on character. So, I mean, with this wind farm, one of the key things is that when you're down in that settled lowland landscape, you can quite clearly see from all the viewpoints that the turbines are up there in that different forested landscape, and they're not appearing to transition over into the landscape that you're in.
Yeah, thank you. We've sort of skirted around the edge of this question earlier. Just looking for you to give me your views on whether the reinforcing of effects is the same as increasing their magnitude.
Yes, there will be an increased magnitude of effect in terms of that reinforcing. The Limekiln extension gives rise to some increase in the totality of the magnitude of effect, but basically EIA is not really asking you to do that. It's asking you to identify whether an effect is significant or not. We have done that, but we have acknowledged that there is a reinforcing or an increase in that effect. The degree to which it does so, of course, is another matter, but we've expressed that we feel that for the greater part of where those significant effects arise, then the extension is a minor contributor, or the smaller contributor to that significant effect which already exists.
This is a question that I've had some difficulty in answering just using the maps and stuff that is available to us. But are you able to say whether or not the turbine envelope of Limekiln 2A would have an increased footprint or lateral extension in comparison with Limekiln 2?
I don't think the lateral extension will increase significantly, no. The height is increasing, but not as I have seen in the wire lines that we've run for our own purposes.
So
it's contained within the footprint of the consented scheme.
Sorry, I wasn't meaning the site boundary, but the actual turbines themselves. Obviously, the spacing may alter for different heights of turbines. So I'm wondering whether or not the spread of the turbines across the site would alter in Limekiln 2A in comparison with Limekiln 2.
Without going back all through the visualizations, I can't. I know that there is some increased effect and some increased visibility, and that will include some increased visibility within the wildland. But in terms of lateral spread, I don't think that increases to a degree which I would regard as significant.
Information here. It's in the AI.
Sorry, Mr. Trinick, did you have an answer to that one?
Just pressing buttons wrongly, sorry.
It's okay, that's okay. And I just wanted to be clear in my thinking what you've said about the effects of like the proposed development in relation to Limekiln 2A. With the proposed extension being closer to viewpoint 4, you've said that within the context of Limekiln 2A, it would not be significant. Is it because the scale of effects of Limekiln 2 or 2A eclipses the effects of the proposed development? Is that how you would phrase it?
Clearly, the combined effect is greater. The combined effect of the extension and 2A is greater. But of course, it's the way that both cumulative and landscape and visual impact assessment is done. And I acknowledged earlier, it sometimes can be very confusing to members of the public, and I fully understand why. Because what we do is we put the scheme that isn't consented, 2A, into the landscape and pretend that it's there. And then we measure the degree of change that the extension brings about. Well, the degree of change the extension brings about to 2A is less than the degree of change it brings about to 2, because you're measuring degrees of change. And so as 2A gets bigger, the turbines are bigger, then the degree of change you measure back against that when you put the extension in becomes proportionately slightly less than it was when you measured it back against Limekiln 2. That's kind of the way it works. But I do acknowledge that the combined, and that's, we went through that earlier where we set out where the combined effects of the extension in 2A would increase the significant effects.
So even though from viewpoint 4, the lateral extent would be wider and the turbines would be closer, the overall effect would still not be any larger. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but what I'm really saying is that that the degree of change brought about by the extension, when you've already got a baseline of 2A in it, is slightly less than the degree of change you would record against 2. And that's merely a function of putting either 2 or 2A into the baseline and pretending that they're constructed and saying what degree of change does Limekiln extension have in that context. It's the bit of, I mean, I know this is a kind of a silly point in one way, but if you have 100 turbines in the landscape and you add 1, the degree of change is not that great. It goes from 100 to 101. If you have no turbines in the landscape and you add 1, the degree's a lot because it goes from nothing to a turbine. And then, so there's these gradations, but it's really against measuring back against the baseline.
Sure. No, I'm just trying to get it clear in my mind how that sits in relation to the proposed development being slightly closer by the 750 metres that we were talking about earlier. How that's been taken into account in that overall balance and conclusion, if you see what I mean.
Well, it is obviously one of the factors that's considered because those turbines will still be, the extension turbines will still be seen in those locations. But they're seen in those locations in a different baseline context. So that's what really we're saying, is the baseline context has changed in which they're seen.
Okay, thanks very much. Mr. Jackman, you have some questions?
Yes, thanks. Ms. Denny, I noticed in the environmental impact assessment, your landscape and visual impact assessment, and also in your evidence, sometimes you combine the magnitudes or categories of magnitudes like low, medium, and medium high. When you do that, should we consider those as new categories of magnitude, or are you just indicating that they're borderline?
Yes, I mean, we're trying again to be as fair as we can because you're trying to give these categories, but we know that effects are in effect on a sliding scale of effect. So we're trying to acknowledge whether we consider something is medium, but if we put medium high, we mean it was edging pretty up towards the top of medium. We decided it hadn't got far enough to go into the next category, but we're acknowledging it's at that upper end of that scale. Similarly, we might do it the other way. If we say medium low, we didn't feel that we could make it slight or low. We didn't feel that was appropriate, but we're just acknowledging that there was a debate to be had. Which side of the line does it go? And it's erring towards the bottom end of that scale in medium low. So it's an indication of us acknowledging where we felt it was, albeit that because we need to put them into a category, we have to do so because guidance tells us to do. We're really trying to be fair and say it's medium, but it was tending towards high, or it's medium, but it was tending towards low. And there was a judgment to be made as to where it sat.
Okay, thank you. And if the extension was built with either Limekiln 2 or 2A, in your view, would that result in any changes to the landscape character areas or even the smaller sub areas if we revisited the built development?
It would become a stronger component of the 134 sub area in which the Limekiln 2 turbines are consented, because you have slightly more turbines within that sub area. I don't think it is the extension is sufficiently large or has an effect across the wider landscape such that it would change the key characteristics of the other character areas or the other sub areas. They would be a component of the visual composition of some of those other areas, as Limekiln 2 is, but they wouldn't change its key characteristics.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is in your experience, is there anything unusual or unexpected in the distribution of either landscape or visual effects for this proposal?
Well, in one sense, yes. For a 5 turbine extension of 149.9 turbines, the extent of landscape and other receptors over which we are discussing these significant, whether I'm right or whether Mr. Wimble's right, or whether it's somewhere between the two of us, whichever of those three things is correct, the extent of significant effects, the nature of those significant effects, the extent of landscape over which these 149s are having an impact is, in my view, relatively limited. I mean, I've been involved in schemes with 5 turbines or 7 turbines where considerably greater impacts across a wider landscape, and that's to do with context. This extension has been chosen to be in a particular location adjacent to Limekiln 2 because it's a location which allows the extension to come forward and as we've discussed earlier, minimises the environmental effects that it will have. And they aren't extensive. And that's locational.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, would anyone like a quick break before we go into the examination? No?
I can go straight through examination.
That's fine, Mr. Trinick. Would you like to go ahead then?
Thank you very much. In questions, Mr. Denny, put to you by Mr. Findlay, you remember phrases outer and inner rings?
Yes.
And there's a distance of approximately 500 meters between the outer ring within one of the earlier iterations of the design and Chepstow. And I'm using all terminology and distances in approximate terms. And then between the T23 within Limekiln 2 and T5 within Limekiln extension, approximately 750 meters. Does that evidence accord with your recollection?
It does, yes.
Okay, thank you. When you were assessing for the purposes of the design workshop, what might be done to produce a scheme for submission, what factors, including distance, did you take into account when assessing the position from Chepstow?
Well, I took into account the swept path of the turbines, their height, their prominence or otherwise in views, their relationship with each other, their relationship with the landscape, their relationship with the receptors, their relationship with Limekiln 2. We looked at all of the facets that you would need to do in order to come up with an appropriate design. And another of those facets, which goes to some of those distances, is, of course, we needed to know what the ellipses were for the relationship between the turbines and how they could sit adjoining to each other. And of course, the larger topography turbines need slightly more spacing between them, whereas the 149s can sit slightly closer to the 126s because they have a different parameter, for example, but a very wide range of facets are taken into consideration.
Fast forwarding on the same topic to more questions put to you by Mr. Findlay. I think it's T22 within Limekiln 2, approximately whatever distance it is, doesn't really matter. 500 meters, was it? I don't know.
Yes.
750 from Chepstow. 500 meters probably. And that you use the phrase in your answer, yes, but that's a worst case. It produced the need for me to clarify something. Is T22 a reasonably representative case for the whole of Limekiln extension? Or is it a worst case, so the reporters have to be aware of that?
Yes, it is a worst case. We need to be aware of that.
In the new document 10.9 is a comparison between your findings and those of Mr. Wimble. And Mr. Finlay took you to page 4 of that, and I think that you skipped over that. So 10.9, page 4. The second box from the bottom is headed cumulative effects on the left column. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Are you there, ma'am? I just want to get clear, to use a word rehearsed by Mr. Campbell in examination, the context of what you're talking about here. The heading, as I understand it, for that particular column is significant effects of Limekiln extension and Limekiln 2. You see it?
Yes.
I've got the right one. So when you're talking about cumulative effects, my question is, when you say when other cumulative schemes are considered other than Limekiln 2, which particular scenario are you addressing?
We're addressing the in combination and then scenario 1.
So, all right. Are you addressing you're addressing the significant effects of Limekiln extension and Limekiln 2 with other cumulative schemes? Is that right?
Yes, and then seeing whether they change the position assessed for Limekiln extension and Limekiln 2.
All right, I think I've got that now.
And the agreement there was that we wouldn't change those assessments of significant effects between
No, I
Limekiln.
don't need to take your evidence in chief again. I just want clarification on what you meant.
Yeah, that's correct.
Now, for viewpoint 4, maybe I misheard the evidence, and I apologise to Mr. Finley if I did, but I think it was put to you that whereas Mr. Wimble found a significant additional effect arising from Limekiln extension on a baseline of Limekiln 2, you do not. Is that right?
No, I don't think that is correct.
I put the point wrongly, Mr. Finley. You'll forgive me, but we go to, just to get the point clear, if we go to Appendix 9E at page 11.
I just need to find 9E, which is...
You deal, page 10, 11, with viewpoint 4. Are you there?
I am now, yes, I've buried it in some documents. Apologies.
Yeah. And you come at 516 to significance of effect. What do you tell people about the additional effect of what you call the proposed development? We're now calling it Limekiln extension at that point.
It's considered that the proposed development would be result of moderate level of effect on views experienced by residential sectors in this location that would be significant.
All right. Well, if just me being confused, you clarified the point anyway. Thank you.
So ma'am, just to be clear, what I was putting to the witness was the cumulative effect, particularly paragraph 624 of Dr. Wimble's report, which is looking at the cumulative effect with Bailey.
Can't hear, sorry.
He's looking at the cumulative effect with Bailey. So it wasn't just the in combination effects, it was the cumulative effect. And I was suggesting there was a difference between him and Mr. Denny on that, which I believe there is, and Mr. Denny accepted.
Okay, just so the reporters have it clear, we've got two concepts there. We've got additional effects and in combination effects. And I'm not sure what we're talking about, or what you were talking about, rather, sorry.
I was talking about the in combination effect between Limekiln and Limekiln 2, which would be significant because the view from Shepter is if you take those two factors into account, significant. If you move elsewhere in the landscape, then Bailey comes into play. But
Mr. Trinick, I can't tell if you're actually talking because I can't see all of your face. I'm not sure if you're on mute.
I am. Brilliant. Turning to questions put to you by Mr. Campbell, he took you to the additional information. Paragraphs, this is CD 110, the written statement.
Yes.
Page 21 at paragraphs 914 and 915. And in particular, he went to 915 and said, well, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 significant effects, and now we've got a ninth. That's more than half. Can I ask you, how many of those viewpoints were deemed to receive significant effects as a result of Limekiln 2?
All of them, I think.
So,
other than viewpoint 6, I think, wasn't.
Other than viewpoint 6.
I think all of the others.
Limekiln
18. Sorry, 18 wasn't part of Limekiln 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 14. 18 wasn't a viewpoint for Limekiln 2, and as best of my memory can serve me, I think Limekiln 2 didn't assess significant from the Doon-Ray road junction.
All right. Well, people can go for the detail, can they, if they want to find out exactly what was found for Limekiln 2. I think they can find it, can't they, at Appendix 9E? Would you go
Yes.
to that, please? And if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I'll take Mr. Denny to the paragraph just to clarify this point. If you go to page 5 within Appendix 9E, viewpoint 1, it hasn't arisen before, so I'm not going into the evidence which has been explored. You go to paragraph 211. Combined magnitude of change to the consensus and proposed development, that is Limekiln 2 and Limekiln extension, would remain as medium high as reported in the LVIA for Limekiln 2.
Yes.
Is that a useful source of information for the reporters on the baseline effects of Limekiln 2 before you add Limekiln extension?
Yes, it is.
Right. So going back to 915, the reporters can go to each of the assessments in Appendix 9E and determine which of those effects arises because of Limekiln extension alone.
They can, yes.
Indeed, at 914, I think you say that Limekiln extension in its own right results in a significant effect at 2 locations, that's 4 and 18.
That's correct.
So you subtract that, and you've got the significant effects arising from Limekiln 2.
You have, yes.
Right. Thank you for that. That's very helpful. In terms of lateral, I'm now doing the unforgivable of re-examining on a reporter's question, but ma'am, you asked Mr. Denny about lateral extension of Limekiln 2A, and I think we might be able to help there. If you go to CD 110, the additional information, but you go to the A3 volume of figures, which we haven't yet visited. I don't think will be much visited in the inquiry. So additional information, volume 3 figures, March 21, CD 110. And just go to the first viewpoint, that'll do, and go to the wire line. The figures aren't numbered for some obscure reason. I'm looking at the photograph at the top and the wire line at the bottom, which is red, green, and blue. Are you there?
No, I'm sorry because I had opened it in a different part. Sorry, could you, if you can, but I had it opened earlier through our own system internally because it was easier to view. Could you give me the CD reference again, please?
Yes, of course. It's CD 110. Hang on, let me just get this right. Here we are. 110.
It's the appendices.
Open that up. You come to volume 3 LVIA figures.
Yep.
And if you open that up, viewpoint 1 will do.
Yep.
and that is the view from the Drumholston lay-by. And you should have in front of you, ma'am, a photograph at the top with some turbines and wire lines at the bottom with red, green and blue to the left being Bailey. Now, we can see there the label is consented Limekiln, that's L2, but revised tip height, so that is L2A, which is represented there. Am I correct, Mr. Denny?
Yes, that's right.
My specific question, and the only one I want answered, please, is are those green turbines on the same locations as the L2 turbines?
Yes, they are.
Ma'am, they might help you in terms of the lateral extension point. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank
Those
you.
are my questions in re-examination.
Ma'am, just before Mr. Denny goes, I noticed a short point I should have put in, which isn't, I don't think will be contentious, but may just assist you and Mr. Jackman. On table 10.9, PD 10.9, which is the useful table trying to point out the differences in agreements between Mr. Denny and Dr. Wimble. On page 3, under significant effects of Limekiln extension and Limekiln 2, under CA11, we're at core paths under CA 11.01. I think in the first column, yes should mean no, because I think it was established in cross-examination that Mr. Denny doesn't think there's a significant impact on the core path as a whole. And it just instead, I would raise this whilst Mr. Denny's giving evidence, just so that there's no lack of clarity, but I think that's sufficient.
Mr. Denny, is that correct?
I think that is correct. I mean, I haven't gone back and checked it, but in terms of what you just put to me, it appears to be.
Can I be clear there? You've got two CA1101s. One is for significant effects of the extension in its own right, and secondly, for the significant effects of the extension and Limekiln 2. Which one are you addressing there?
Well, the second, well, Mr. Denny should have no for both of them.
I see.
And Dr. Wimble should have yes for both of them.
Both of them.
Right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Mr. Denny, you're free to leave. Would a 10-minute break be sufficient before we move on to Mr. Wimble? Yeah. Do we think we will have time only to do the evidence in chief? Are we happy to take a break partially through cross-examination?
I'm happy to take a break. I think we might be 15 to 20 minutes at most in evidence in chief. So I'm in your and other parties' hands as to what progress we make this afternoon. As far as I understand, Dr. Wimble is content to be cross-examined, but my learned friend may wish to have one go at it. And Mr. Campbell, I see, has got his hand up.
Yeah, Mr. Campbell.
I just wondered if it would help to offer to take Mrs. Bundy's evidence this afternoon completely, and then she could be off the give us Dr. Wimble in the morning.
So I can't hear you, Mr. Campbell, at all.
Mr. Campbell's proposing that we hear Miss Bundy this afternoon. I hadn't really been planning to hear Miss Bundy this afternoon.
No,
I don't know what other people's views of that.
Okay.
I'd really rather take the council's evidence before we hear from the community council, assuming Mr. Julian Bundy can come back tomorrow, metaphorically speaking.
Sure. Having had a look at the indicative timeframes that we talked about earlier, I think it's given us a fair indication that we may be in a position to hear Miss Bundy round about the time that we had envisaged, which is kind of late morning tomorrow. Would that suit?
As far as I know, ma'am, yes, it suits.
Yeah. So
Yes.
I obviously can't hear Miss Bundy, but if we can say that would she be available towards from mid-morning onwards?
Sure, she's tuned in. There she is.
Hi, Miss
Yes,
Bundy.
good afternoon.
Yes, that would suit. What the proposal you've made for tomorrow would be fine.
Okay, we'll know better when we are starting up in the morning how far we've gotten this afternoon. But if you could plan, and obviously I know that you're not with us locally, but if you could perhaps be available for mid morning tomorrow or time, then I think that gives us a fair bit of leeway, if that's okay. And if
Yes, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, if you're happy to sit and continue this session this afternoon, it would obviously be helpful to yourself prior to your evidence tomorrow.
Yes, I'll do that. Thank you.
Right, that's lovely. And for the just while I have you on camera, for the hearing tomorrow, the policy hearing, you would be available after lunch, after you've given your landscape and visual evidence.
Yes, I will.
That's lovely. Thank you very much for that. Okay, shall we take a roughly 10-minute break?
Can I just respond? I'm the only one who hasn't responded.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Trinick, sorry.
Cross-examination this afternoon. I'm certainly happy to start the cross-examination, but maybe it's because of my age in comparison with the other advocates, but certainly these virtual inquiries are slightly more tiring than a physical inquiry. I'm not going to want to go on to 5 o'clock, 5:30.
No, I can fully appreciate it. It's quite difficult on the eyes, I have to say, and it's not the most comfortable thing sitting staring at a small screen for a long period of time. But perhaps we could make a start and aim to finish round about between sort of 4:15 to 4:30 at an appropriate point in time.
Appropriate, thank you.
Okay, so if we take a short 10-minute break just now and again at 25 past.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, we have everyone back. Mr. Finlay, would you like to introduce your witness, please?
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Wimble, you are a technical director of Ironside Fire Limited and your qualifications and experience appear from your appendix attached to your main report, and you're a landscape architect. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I just wanted you to, first of all, read the conclusion section to your recognition, please.
I'll just find it in amongst this material. There we are. Okay, 6.0 conclusions. Extensions to existing or consented wind farms are often promoted as having limited effects due to the presence of an adjacent baseline of turbines characterizing the landscape and views. Nevertheless, an extension can both significantly add to and exacerbate the landscape and visual effects of an established, or in this case, consented development. This can occur to the extent that a tipping point is reached and a seemingly modest extension to a much larger development can have localized but significant adverse effects on a limited range of receptors and be deemed unacceptable. The significant additional and in combination effects of Limekiln extension would arise for the following reasons. Firstly, a greater turbine size than Limekiln 2, particularly the rotor diameter and blade swept area, causing a visual contrast between the two developments. Secondly, closer proximity to receptors in the east than Limekiln 2, magnifying turbine scale differences. Thirdly, adding to the horizontal extent of the consented array across the skyline when seen from locations further to the north or to the south. And finally, overlapping and stacking of Limekiln extension turbines with Limekiln 2 turbines, creating more skyline visual clutter and chaotic movement in a landscape characterized by a strongly horizontal undulating landform. I have assessed the significant adverse additional and in combination effects of Limekiln extension with Limekiln 2 to be more extensive than has the applicant. This generally accords to the findings of the Council's committee report, which identifies several viewpoint locations as being of higher sensitivity than assessed in the LVIA. As the applicant indicates, the decision regarding Limekiln extension will consider the balance between its adverse effects and its potential benefits. Accordingly, I recommend my findings to the inquiry and that they are given full consideration in the reporter's decision.
Thank you. Now, just three matters to ask you about. You referred in 6.2 to rotor diameters, and you'll recall that Mr. Denny gave us information, confirmation of the information of the basis of the assessment. Was the information, did the information he gave accord with your understanding? And is that the basis on which you prepared your report?
Yes, that's right. I'd understood that the consented turbines had a turbine radius of about 41 meters.
And so, and the proposed turbines are about 17.5 meters longer. And as in terms of percentage increase, I put a figure to Mr. Denny, but what do you understand the figure to?
Well, it's somewhere between 42 and 43% of a percentage increase in radius and therefore diameter.
Thank you. Then Mr. Denny referred to the onshore wind energy supplementary guidance, which you'd recorded in your report. But do you, is it part of your brief to consider those criteria, or is that something that you're leaving to Mr. Heinsohn?
Well, I'm leaving that to Mr. Heinsohn, but what I did was look into the background to the development and to the responses that have been given by the council and SNH, and I identified Mr. Heinsohn's analysis of the 10 criteria and highlighted the 4 where he considered the proposed extension doesn't fully meet the criterion.
And then we heard in evidence in chief, by reference, I think, to 4 viewpoints, that was viewpoints 6, 8, 10, and 14. Mr. Denny and you have formed a different view as to assessment of and appreciation of sensitivity of visual receptors. And either taking those viewpoints in turn or together, could you help the reporters with your response to the assessment?
Yes. Well, firstly, I think I stated early on in my evidence that I'm basing the assessment on the methodology and criteria which the applicant uses. So I have used their criteria in terms of assessing visual receptor sensitivity. And as I think you pointed out earlier, Mr. Finlay, in reference to Appendix 9A, the descriptions of each of the levels of sensitivity refer primarily, if not entirely, to the activity of the receptor, such that people on tourist routes and people going to places where they would appreciate the view are likely to be of a high sensitivity. So in the case of these viewpoints where we disagree, I've basically taken what I understand to be their line in the method in assigning a high sensitivity, so that people walking to the top of Boreham Hill, for instance, are walkers. That's their primary activity. They have expectations of experiencing and enjoying the landscape. And I don't think what they see changes their sensitivity as a receptor. They're the same person walking through different elements of the landscape. What I would say is that, for instance, if there is a wind farm in the landscape, in that particular view, as there will be, that would affect the baseline against which you assess the magnitude of change. So that if you were on top of Boreham Hill now, looking in that direction, you wouldn't see a wind farm. And if you put the extension in, then you would see 5 turbines against previously nothing. So that would be a larger magnitude of change than if you were to walk up at Boreham Hill at some point in the future and have the background of Limekiln 2, 24 turbines or 21 turbines, and you added the 5 to that. That would be a smaller magnitude of change. So that's how I would carry out the assessment. I wouldn't change the sensitivity of the receptor, because I think you could end up double counting, because you would both reduce the sensitivity of the receptor and the magnitude of change.
Just so I understand the double counting point, what saying, so that if you would take into account is it your suggestion you would be taking into account the same factor in both assessment of sensitivity and magnitude of change?
That's what I mean. Yes, I treat the
the receptor as a constant. They're a walker, or they are a driver on the NC 500, or maybe they're a lorry driver who's not particularly interested in the landscape, and that primarily sets their sensitivity, and they go through a changing landscape, and whatever they see in that landscape, in a particular view, they would see a change, and that is where you would assess the magnitude of change. You wouldn't change the sensitivity of that receptor just because they are passing through a different type of landscape.
And then one point allied to that, I think Mr. Denny was suggesting that you'd confused a residential visual amenity analysis with landscape and visual impact analysis by reference to, I think, some of your viewpoints,
Well, it's
maybe, that you've been ascribing a higher sensitivity than you should have done to those viewpoints. What do you say to that?
Well, he was referring to viewpoint 10, Lifemore Junction, and he has based his assessment on road users as a medium sensitivity receptor, whereas there are several properties along that road with a view over the valley. And I would say if you are going to assess the worst case scenario, you should assess the most sensitive receptor. And residents within their houses are a high sensitivity receptor. So that's what I've taken as the receptor that I'm assessing. And it's not the same thing as a residential visual amenity assessment. I'm merely assessing, I'm doing a landscape and visual impact assessment, taking them as high sensitivity receptors. I haven't assessed effect on their amenity.
Yes, thank you very much. I think those are all my questions for you. No doubt Mr. Trinick will have some.
Mr. Trinick, would you like to make a start and see how we get on? If you can identify if you think there's an appropriate time to stop today, you would give me a signal.
I'll do that. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Wimble.
Afternoon, Mr. Trinick.
Would you get out your inquiry report? By the way, you have been notified of the documents that I might want to refer to, haven't you?
Yes, I've got most of them opened, but that's a lot of tabs. I have the report in hard copy.
Don't worry, we'll get there. And you also heard what I had to say about using internal page numbering unless I say otherwise.
Yeah, the page number, when there is a page number, yes.
Otherwise, the PDF number, that's fine.
Yeah.
Would you go to your inquiry reports at page 3, please, at paragraph 2.6. Here we see you set out the purpose of your report, which people can read for themselves. But I wanted to go to 2.8, not the purpose of the report, to pass judgment on the acceptability of the proposals on the basis of its landscape and visual effects alone, not appropriate for landscape consultants. That judgment is for the decision maker, taking all material considerations, etc., into account. But that's perfectly clear, and I accept that. However, it makes me want to explore with you paragraph 736 of your inquiry report, which is at page 62. Where you say extensions to wind farms often seen limited effects and so on. Fourth last line, this can occur to the extent that a tipping point is reached and a seemingly modest extension to a much larger development can have localized but significant adverse effects on a limited range of receptor and be deemed unacceptable. Are you straying into a planning judgment there?
I'm referring to the case. I'm not, sorry. That it can be the case that something can be deemed unacceptable in the planning balance. This is not me saying in this particular case, I'm not passing judgment here.
Right, so this is simply an observation about the view that the person holding that planning balance and making a decision might come to, but it's in no way part of your evidence.
Yeah, it's my experience that in certain cases, the decision maker has deemed the scheme to be unacceptable.
Or indeed vice versa.
Yes.
Go to section 4 of your evidence. Your inquiry report I'm referring to in all cases. I won't be referring to your precognition, so take paragraph references as being to the inquiry report.
Yeah.
425 on page 18. You went here briefly in chief with Mr. Fennelly, or at least to the topic. You're recording, obviously, what Mr. Heinsohn wrote in Appendix 3 to the report of handling, but am I right to give no views yourself on the performance of Limekiln extension in terms of the supplementary guidance criteria? Is that right?
Yes, I'm not passing judgment on those criteria there. I'm reporting them. Obviously, you could look into the detail of my evidence and see areas which would either support or not support those judgments.
Well, yes, but it's rather up to you to tell us. It's up to you to tell the story if you want to tell it. You don't tell that particular story. You do not assess the performance of Limekiln extension yourself in terms of the criteria, do you?
No, my assessment doesn't do that.
So if we go to CD 18, please, 18, that's the report handling. And within that, you go to internal page 66. And are you there?
Yes.
We can see there Mr. Heinsohn's very thorough exploration of, or rather assessment of the project against all 10 criteria, can't we?
Yes.
He combines 7 and 9, but he does deal with all 10. And he finds a problem in relation to 4 of the 10, specifically 1, 2, 4, and 6. That's correct, isn't it?
That's my understanding.
Yeah. You summarize those problems that he finds in some very brief bullet points in 425. Can we invite the reporters, if they want to see the only assessment by Hammond Council they've got of the performance of Limekiln extension against the SG criteria, to rather refer to Appendix 3 to the report of handling? Do you adopt what Mr. Heinsohn says in that Appendix 3?
I don't adopt what he says. I've summarized my understanding of it. But if you wanted to see the detail of what Mr. Heinsohn has concluded, you would go there.
Well, yeah, the problem is that the reason I'm asking the question is that if you go to your summary of what Mr. Heinsohn says about criteria 2, you simply say the proposed turbines would be dominant features seen from the 836 between Dune Ray and Ray, affecting a key transitional gateway location, as if that was all Mr. Heinsohn said. Criteria 2, which I'm assuming you've read carefully, so I don't need to rehearse it. It's rather more nuanced than that, isn't it?
Well, yes, given that he has done it in about 20 lines and I've done it in about 3, yes, his judgment would be more nuanced.
Well, yeah, but if you're trying to accurately summarize something, you've got to be accurate. My suggestion is you're not. If you look at the fourth line, fifth line of his assessment under criterion 2, given the site location and topography, the proposed turbines are predominantly within the visual turbine envelope of the consented Limekiln, with the exception of turbines 5 and 6. While there will be a reduction in the transitional qualities, it is considered this is more as a result of the consented scheme than the proposed turbines. That introduces a rather different flavour to the assessment of criterion 2, doesn't it?
Yes, but it says further down, in fact, the fourth line before the end, it more or less says what I say, which is when travelling westwards from Thurso towards the site, the proposed turbines would be dominant features between Dounreay and Ray.
Well, you quoted the juicy bits from your point of view. You haven't, I suggest, accurately summarised what Mr. Heinsohn is really saying, and you haven't noted the final sentence. The threshold of the criterion is not met in localised sections, but is met overall for the 836. I'm suggesting that you really haven't summarised what he has said fairly.
Well, I think the reporters will have to come to their own judgment on that, but I have I've not misquoted him, because I have looked at the area between I've recorded his quote on the area between Dounreay and Ray.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. Criterion 1 as well, if you say simply the development would starkly affect the settlement of Chepstow and approaches to it. But if you see what Mr. Heinsohn says in detail, he tells us that the proposed turbines line 3 are screened from the majority of Ray. However, they would be stark, actually your word stark, new features at Chepstow. But look at the last sentence. It's not considered the proposal will contribute to settlement of settlements. The proposed development meets the threshold of criteria 1 with the exception of Chepstow and the approaching roads. That's a fuller appreciation of the criteria, isn't it?
Well, I'm sure it is, but nevertheless, we're concentrating on a particular study area here, and Chepstow is the area of most importance in this study area.
Well, that's an interesting answer. I'll come to whether that's so in terms of your evidence shortly. Right, well, I'll leave that for the reporters to evaluate. In your inquiry report, you present your expert views on a variety of topics. And so I want to compare that with the position of Highland Council. If we go to the CD, where are we? Let me just find the reference. CD 21 in brackets 24.
Which is?
That's the consultation response of Highland Council to the ECU.
Right.
Let me know when you're there.
Yes, I'm there. Just a letter. Yeah.
That's the one. Letter of the 27th of October.
Yes.
Now, we must remember the background is that the planning officer did not recommend refusal of a 5 turbine scheme, but he wanted the applicants to delete 2 turbines. They didn't want to do so. Therefore, the scheme that went before members was 5 turbines. But the objection raised, do you know? If you don't know, say so. There's no reason why you should actually. Who drafted this? Was this a member drafted reason for objection or drafted by Mr. Heinsohn? If you don't know, say so.
Oh, sorry, I don't know. No.
Fair enough. It says the proposed extension of Limekiln wind farm is located, etc., in such a way the turbines will be significantly detrimental overall. That's a policy phrase, individually and cumulative with Limekiln 2, from viewpoint number 4 at Chepstow. Accordingly, and then there's a contention about why that is a breach of a particular policy. That's a pretty narrowly focused, nothing wrong with it, there's a pretty narrowly focused reason for objection, isn't it? The council's objection relates to viewpoint 4.
Yes, it then goes on to say, accordingly, the extension of the wind farm does not demonstrate sensitive siting, has a significant adverse impact on the surrounding area, which I think is, indicates that while Shebster is, if you like, the point of most impact, there are significant adverse impacts on a wider area than Shebster, but it's still a fairly small area that we're talking about.
Well, they become a matter of submissions, and Mr. Finlay would rightly interrupt me if I took you into interpretation beyond that point.
Yeah.
But I suggest that the important link word there is accordingly. In other words, because of the effects contended in sentence 1, therefore there will be the policy breach contended in sentence 2. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Ma'am, I don't have an objection to this, but my own friend has already established that Dr. Wimble is not making planning judgments. This is a planning judgment, an overall judgment. And I'm very happy for Dr. Wimble to answer that question, so far as it's a matter that could be made by submission. But I do just register a concern that one is mixing apples and pears, to borrow, I think, Mr. Campbell's analogy.
Well, noted, and of course I will not take Mr. Wimble into planning territory, but Mr. Wimble, when you received your instructions from the council, presumably you did look at this reason for objection to see what their concern was, am I right? And you asked yourself, and presumably you spoke to your instructing officers at the council and say, well, what does it mean? I'll probably leave it there, but my suggestion is that the council's objection is narrowly focused on objection 4. And the reason I bring it up is not so as to beat you over the head with it, but to explore what they say by reference to what you say in the scope of your evidence. So I'll move on to that. You go quite a long way beyond viewpoint 4 in your evidence. And as an expert witness, bringing your own your own landscape and visual professional judgments to bear, you're perfectly entitled to do that. I'm not complaining, but I think you would agree that the scope of your evidence is not congruent with the scope of that reason for objection. You go beyond that.
Well, I don't think that's a fair question. And as my own friend knows, there's already been an objection on this, and you and Mr. Chapman have given your view on it. With respect to Dr. Wimble's evidence is what it is. My own friend can make whatever submissions he likes in respect to it. But as I put to Mr. Denny, and he agreed, the evidence, the reason for objection isn't being considered in a vacuum.
I need to explore this in order to get clear on what I need to submit so far as the Highland Council's case is concerned. And I do need to pursue this a bit further. I'll try to be quick, but I do need to do so.
Okay, we'll see where it takes us, and then we can decide whether or not it's stepping beyond the limits.
Well, okay. When did you make your first site visit to inform your evidence?
That was back in May sometime, or late April.
But you tell us in your inquiry report at 2.2 you accepted the instructions in February.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
You didn't visit the site before you accepted instructions.
Well, I know the site quite well.
What was your brief from Highland Council?
The brief from Highland Council was to be an expert witness in landscape.
Well, of course, but was the brief to defend the reason for objection, to support their case at inquiry?
Well, to help present their case at inquiry, yes, by providing objective evidence.
Well, yeah, but this is why I'm exploring this whole topic, you see. On the one hand, you say I'm here simply as an expert witness to present views on significant facts. but you are instructed by the objecting authority. So was your brief from the council, in part at least, to defend its reason for objection against attack by the applicant at inquiry?
Well, I don't think you can say that I'm acting in defence. I'm acting as an objective expert witness, looking independently at the effects of this proposed development, and my evidence is prepared on behalf of the council. It doesn't necessarily always agree with the council's position or anybody else's position. It's there to be weighed.
Well, okay, but you got your instructions in February. You didn't go to site till May. You may well know the site well. I know the whole of this North Coast extremely well myself for all sorts of nefarious reasons. But presumably when you're instructed on a particular project, you need to go back there in order to refresh your memory and identify your views of the project in terms of the landscape you know already.
Yes, well, I was able to draft out my assessment, read all the background material, draft out my assessment, provide myself a draft on which I could then visit the site and come to a view. For instance, you might take viewpoint 8 into account, for instance, which is the fisherman's car park. Before I went on site, I was fairly convinced that the extension would have a significant impact, but when I got on site, I decided that it didn't have a significant impact in itself, although the combined development does. So that would be an example of,
okay,
I could go so far and then finally tune my assessment on site in time to submit my evidence.
Okay, I think it is interesting to understand the background to Dr. Wimble's involvement, but I think it would be preferable to move on to looking at the focus of our interest, which is the dispute between the applicant and the council in terms of the effects and the significance of the effects. I think that would be better use of inquiry time.
Well, I disagree, ma'am. I will move on if you instruct me to do so. I've nearly got to the end of this bit. But the reason I'm doing this, for your benefit and in reporting to the ministers, you need to know which are the views which represent the objection of Highland Council and the extent to which Mr. Wimble goes beyond the Highland Council's objection, which is the objection of a statutory authority on which the applicant is entitled to rely in order to understand the case he needs to meet at inquiry. You need to know the extent to which Mr. Wimble goes beyond that and expresses views which are his own personal professional opinion. And that's quite important, and I will be submitting so. In order to enable me to make those submissions, you need to hear this evidence.
Certainly, I think you're right, but I think we would prefer to hear it perhaps in a slightly more concise manner, if that's okay.
Well, I'm being as concise as I can, and I think Mr. Wimble's also being concise, so I think we're doing you quite proud, but I'll get on and finish off this topic.
Okay.
My difficulty, you see, Mr. Wimble, just to finish off this topic, is to try to see the link between the scope of your evidence and your role at this inquiry and the Highland Council case based on the reason for objection. I think I've got your view on that, but to choose a word which Mr. Finlay took from Mr. Denny's evidence when cross-examining him, have you formed any view on the appropriateness of this proposed extension in landscape and visual terms?
I haven't formed a personal view on it. I can see how both sides might come to their particular views, depending on your standpoint.
All right. Let's turn then to the objective of siting and designing a wind farm extension. Can we agree, I'm sure we can quite easily, that if you are siting and designing a wind farm extension, and here we have 5 turbines on the basis of 21, I think it's 21. It's impossible to achieve design perfection if there is such a thing in professional judgment. But in landscape and visual terms, you do your demonstrable best to achieve the right scale of development and a decent layout. Is that a reasonable way to put it?
Yes, that could be the objective of a designer. I mean, I listened enough to what Mr. Denny was saying, that obviously there are other factors that have to be taken into account, and everybody is acting within their sphere of knowledge, and they put their ideas onto the table, and then they're chewed over by people with a different point of view or interest, specialist interest.
That's a very
and the balance is achieved.
Very fair way of putting it. So it's a bit of a push me, pull you in the design meeting, and you're bound to end up, to a degree, with a compromise on certain topics. And in landscape and visual terms, you may not get everything you want, but you have to ask yourself at the end of the day, well, have I got a layout that I can be reasonably happy with and defend?
Yes, given the context and the parameters of the the requirements of the project in the first place.
Yeah. So, I mean, for an extension, you've got a 21 turbine development. Is it not inevitable that to some degree you're going to get an increased stacking or some stacking of turbines? You can't avoid it, can you?
That's pretty inevitable, yes.
Yeah. So perhaps the reasonable objective here is not to eliminate stacking, that just isn't going to happen, but to minimize the amount of stacking. I mean, that would be the reasonable objective here, wouldn't it?
From the point of view of the developer and the designer, yes.
Well, no, not from the point of view of the designer and the developer. From the point of view of the recipient, local authority, and the ultimate decision maker, you're trying to prove to those people that you've taken care to, in this case, to use my example, to minimize stacking. That's what you're trying to do, isn't it?
That's what you're trying to do, given the premise of the extension in the first place.
Well, precisely. There is that rather important premise. This is an extension. And also with any extension at all to a wind farm, the example explicit, 5 turbines added to 21. I can't see any possibility of avoiding a lateral extension from some directions. The word extension gives it away.
Yes, it's quite probable that you would get a lateral extension.
I go beyond that. I say it's completely inevitable that you're going to get a lateral extension from some development, unless your extension is simply an infill within the existing wind farm.
Yes, given the relative positions of the two.
Yeah. So in such cases, and I'm sure you're a realist when it comes to designing these sorts of developments, I suggest that someone in your position, or indeed the position of the council, needs to go further than simply commenting on or criticizing what is absolutely inevitable, lateral extension stacking. But really the question is this: is there some clear evidence that it might have been done better? Short of deleting turbines, I'm not going on to that, we're just looking at 5. Isn't that the question? Could it have been done better so that such effects would have been better avoided or minimized?
Well, if it could be done better, it would be marginal and possibly opinion based. Without,
I missed that. What based?
Sorry. If it could be done better, given the 5 turbines of a specified height, then it would probably be only to the extent that that might be better in one person's opinion, but not in another person's opinion. It wouldn't be a clearly better, well, let's say by better you mean lesser effect. It would be difficult to make it much less.
Yeah. So what you are commenting on, and I avoid the word criticising your case. You're just being very fair in commenting and coming to your own views on significant effects. But you're really not putting a case to this inquiry that it could have been done better, materially better.
That a 5 turbine extension of 149.9 meter turbines, I don't think you could necessarily design it clearly better.
Okay, well, that's very fair. And perhaps to adopt a, I'm not sure if I pinched this question or you pinched mine. Mr. Jackman asked Mr. Denny that, I mean, are the effects materially different than from those you would inevitably expect from this sort of extension, 5 on 21? What is it that's different? What makes it worse than any extension like this?
I'm not sure I've drawn a comparison with other similar extensions. I mean, it's obviously going to be worse than not having the extension at all.
We probably agree.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where it takes you.
Well, I've simply described the landscape and visual effects of the extension as it stands. I haven't particularly homed in on the design. I usually find with wind farms, I rarely home in on the design because the issue is quite often more about the context and the receptors that are being affected, and that the design would modulate that effect, but perhaps not make it significantly different.
I see your point if you were designing a wind farm in a green field. It's not an extension. But where you are dealing with an extension, where there are certain inescapable consequences, such as a lateral extension and stacking, and dare I say it, higher turbines than those who were put forward a little time ago, then my suggestion is that the council, or indeed you, perhaps, ought to come to an inquiry and tell us how it could have been done better, but you don't produce that evidence, do you?
I don't suggest, unlike, for instance, SNH, I don't suggest design changes.
Indeed, siting and design, I'm with you. Thank you for that, that's extremely helpful. Looking again at the scope of your evidence and having looked through your inquiry report, it would seem to be that the significant effects you focus on, indeed identify, relate to the interaction of Limekiln extension with Limekiln 2 or 2A, but not to the cumulative effect of Limekiln extension with 2 or 2A on the baseline of other wind farms.
Well, with the exception of Bailey.
Right. But in terms of the significant additional or combined effects you conclude in your inquiry report, take me to something and I'll be happy to be proved wrong. But I don't think you identify any which bring other wind farms into the mix than Limekiln 2 or 2A. If you think I'm wrong, take me there.
Well, if you're specifically talking about cumulative effects, then if we were to go to the inevitable viewpoint 4, and I were to take you to paragraph 624.
Yes, I've got it.
Well, I talk about that's under the headline of cumulative effects.
Yeah.
I talk about the effects in relation to Bailey in particular, and I say the additional cumulative effect of Limekiln extension would be at a lower level than assessed for the non-cumulative effects, while increasing the prominence of wind energy on the skyline and contrasting in scale with the consented turbines, it would not greatly extend wind energy across the wider skyline panorama. Effects would be low, medium, moderate, and significant. So that specifically is a significant cumulative effect when considering Bailey.
That's a very fair answer. You proved me wrong on that point, but it's Bailey that you focus on in terms of other wind farms in one or two places, but not other wind farms.
In each case, I've looked at other wind farms that might potentially lead to a significant effect, cumulative effect of Limekiln extension. And I've concluded that Limekiln extension doesn't do enough to close gaps or overlap with these other wind farms. So if one was to consider the in combination effect of Limekiln and Limekiln extension, then that would quite often have a significant cumulative effect because it fills a gap in skyline between other developments.
No, I understand where you're going. So
Limekiln extension just adds slightly to Limekiln 2.
yeah, sorry I interrupted you there. Perhaps can we agree the focus of the reporter's attention in terms of competing evidence? Really, they really need to focus in on Limekiln 2A with the extension, and possibly adding Bailey to the mix in terms of in combination effects, but certainly not some of the other projects which are in the cumulative baseline.
No, not really. You'd have to think of the in combination effects and not the additional effects of Limekiln extension in itself.
And the disappearance of Cairnmore Hill from scenario 2 baseline, I don't think makes any difference to your evidence, does it?
I don't think it'd make much difference. Probably the thing that it would make most difference to is going to be the cycle route coming from Thurso through to Shebster, where that's one fewer wind farms in the sequential assessment.
Yeah, I understand that. I think, ma'am, I'm going to do one final question today because I go on to a completely new topic, and because I'm old and tired, I think it may be time just to break for the day after that, if you're happy with that. But you're going to ask me, well, how much longer have you got to go? I would say I'll be through in an hour and a half maximum tomorrow morning, probably less.
Okay.
I've got one more question, but I wanted to put that past you before.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you. If you go to 329 of your inquiry report, you say in the last sentence, however, taking all potential consented and proposed developments into account, I note the potential for significant combined cumulative effects, that's of Limekiln 2 and extension, or 2A and extension, on the Caithness landscape, well, to which the combined Limekiln developments make a significant contribution. So to be clear, you're not claiming that Limekiln extension, except in combination with 2 or 2A, would have that potential.
On that landscape scale, yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to go on. I'm not obviously, but I am changing topics, and I just thought it was a convenient break point if you were happy with that.
What do other parties think?
Well, I think it's a great time to stop, whether or not I'm the same age as Mr. Trinick or otherwise. It's been a long day staring at the screen, and I completely empathise with them from that point.
Yeah, I do appreciate it. It does get a bit tiring sitting looking at the screen on a laptop for that length of time. Dr. Wimble, are you content to take a break at this point in time too?
Yes, I'm fine, yeah.
And you're available to come back first thing tomorrow, 9:30?
I certainly am.
Yeah. How does everyone think that places us then with fitting in Miss Bundy tomorrow, time frame wise?
If we're starting at 9:30, at the very latest, I'll be through by 11, and then we're in other people's hands.
Okay, and Mr. Campbell, how long did you think you would take? An hour tomorrow, do you think?
With Mrs. Bundy?
No, sorry, how long did you think you would take cross-examination? Do you have anything with Dr. Wimble tomorrow? No, You're
The same side,
same side. Thought that. Sorry. So it's an hour from Miss Bundy tomorrow.
if that, yes, if that.
Okay. Okay. So we're probably looking at late morning for Miss Bundy and the hearing on policy in the afternoon. I would be keen to try and do both in the one day tomorrow if people think that's achievable. I'd rather keep the pace up and finish all in the one day if at all possible. But if it's looking like we're going to go over, I would rather make a slightly later start on Thursday morning, around about 10:30.
In your hands, ma'am. I think we could get it done by the end of tomorrow, and I think for conditions, it all seems more relaxed. I don't mind sitting later on that.
Yes, if we take even if we took a break towards the late afternoon tomorrow, I don't think conditions is going to take longer than an hour at all.
No.
Okay, so we can aim to conclude tomorrow afternoon. That would be lovely. Okay, could I thank everyone for their participation today, and we'll reconvene tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.